Okay. Well, we're back and stuff. We left the town with no name after learning some horrific details. And we're making our way to Greenest after a quick stop in. Not Greenest, Candlekeep. With a quick stop in Greenest to see if we can rent a coach or potentially a wyvern ride to Candlekeep.
Indeed. Where are we at? We are... We're not there anymore. Go to a blank screen. So you travel for a couple more days, backtracking, basically. No sign of the dragon again.
Keep it that way.
Yeah. It's better this way. I'm not disappointed, that's for sure.
What? You don't want to fight the dragon?
What?
Maybe if it was like a young dragon.
I mean, maybe it was. Maybe he's just big for his age.
You know,
He's just big boned. All right. Look, just wait till you meet the Morgan of dragons.
Not the
Oh,
more
nah.
dragons.
It can't fly because it's too big.
Just crawls everywhere.
Is the Morgan of dragons just a Tarrasque?
No.
A Tarrasque with wings that don't work.
After a few days' travel, without further incident with the with stalking cult members, you arrive back at the Wyvern Ranch settlements outside of Greenest.
Now, Morgan, don't do anything silly.
man, I ain't gonna do nothing. Don't you worry, baby.
Yeah,
Alright.
please don't go pet the wyverns again.
It would be funny, but don't do it.
No, I learned my lesson. It's alright.
Blando.
So it's around noon, a little after noon. Were you planning on going to Greenest proper or the ranch area?
Probably start with the ranch area. See if Mr. Woodwind could help us.
Okay.
Unless anyone has any objections to that.
I have none.
No.
As you're going back to the familiar ranch house that you had been to just a few days ago, Rebecca, you see a familiar, very colorful figure
Oh no, is this
along the fence at the next...
like how colorful? Are we
Next
talking like Purple Man or is this Brie?
Like many colors. It's
Okay, it's Brie.
she seems to be giving pointers to some of the basically kids that were manning the crossbows.
I give a whistle to get her attention.
She turns to see what the noise is. It's you, and starts basically running over.
Oh my god, should I be concerned? What is that?
Loki and Morgan, you see a relatively young halfling in wearing a robe that's super bright colors. Her skin's almost yellow, and wearing a crown that's shaped like a octopus.
Isn't it made out of bronze too? Or was it copper?
It's definitely one of the two. Let me see if I can find what it was. That's in some old notes. Just the most colors you've ever seen in one place.
Yeah, I'll kneel down.
And as this colorful ball is streaking towards you, you see Rebecca just kneel down.
Wait, how far away are we?
It's a couple hundred feet.
Oh, I thought we were a lot closer. All right, then I'm not
it's
kneeling.
In the next fence down, like the next.
Yeah, I'm not kneeling down. I'll kind of lightly jog over.
Okay.
Because my light jog is her sprint.
That's pretty true. All right. Oh, what was that?
No, I just said, oh boy.
You catch up with her. She's breathing a bit heavily. You are not. And she hugs you.
Yeah, I'll kneel down for that and
Okay.
reciprocate.
It's a gold crown. Gold corner.
Gold? Okay.
With mother of pearl eyes.
Very colorful.
Yeah, I see you haven't changed at all, Bree.
Oh, I have not practiced doing Bree's voice.
Hey.
Thanks! 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 No, I can't. I can't.
Yeah.
What?
That's
Oh,
Bree
God.
after smoking for 40 years. Hey.
What, going through the tomb will do that to you. I'm not even gonna try and ruin this voice anymore. But to you saying that very colorful, she just looks at you with the biggest smile and says, "Thanks."
Would you like to introduce?
Oh, sorry. I stand up, dust myself off. Loki, and Morgan. This is Bree Woodwind.
Hello, Bree. I'm Morgan.
Hi, Morgan.
What up? I'm Loki.
Hi,
I-
Loki.
I just give a look of sheer disapproval.
Fine. The truth. My name is Loki. I'm sorry I deceived you. We just met. It's so rude of
Wait,
me, I
both
know.
of you are Loki?
Yes.
Right, exactly. It's very confusing.
No,
Especially since both of our middle names are also Morgan.
I'll point at each of them. He's Loki. That's Morgan.
Okay, and you point at the correct ones?
Yes.
Oh no, we swapped places. You weren't looking. I'll stop.
Rebecca, you've met some confusing people.
I have. Yeah, it's sort of. Well, I'll just tell you what happened. I'll
It's,
tell her about the hearing the Dragonborn scream outside my home and bumping into these two, and then fighting off the cult of the dragon.
Okay. So what my dad was telling me is true.
What is he usually tall tales? I mean, usually you'd expect halflings to tell short tales.
Oh, you
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
just
so
racist.
clever.
Bree rolls her eyes at you.
As you should, little one.
Oh,
I know what I said. I'll stand by it. You're short. But then another door over the
Thanks.
way.
She never had to duck anywhere.
Well, apparently the wyverns started going missing while I was gone, so I'm trying to help. And she kind of like looks back at the people that. It's the same guy that shot Morgan.
He didn't shoot him.
no, what
No,
else?
it's stuck into his flap.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yes, I caught it with my fat.
Um, they they don't really know what they're doing.
Yeah, and you have some decent crossbow experience, so it's a good idea to have you tutor them. Yeah.
That and I think I can be of. I don't know if Bree would say that. Bree didn't really brag much, did she?
No, she was very modest.
No. Yeah. It's very hard to play other people's characters.
Yes,
Yes.
but I think I do a good job with Mordecai.
Mhm.
It's one of Anthony's characters.
Help. Probably should let you know that well, after we left this place, about a day later, while we're on our way to a town that was wiped off the map, which apparently is still there, just hidden in a weird kind of pocket plain.
Is that the town that you had told me about
Yes.
back in Schultz?
Yeah, that town.
So you did end up finding it.
Yep. It not only was its name kind of erased from history, but its inhabitants are protected from diseases, injuries. You can only get drunk temporarily there. And it seems prior to this, they were undergoing some kind of prototype death curse kind of effect. But it wasn't just the people that were withering away and dying. It was the buildings, too.
And they found a way to stop it?
At great cost. A very, very heavy price. A wizard found a way to protect the town. But Rebecca just kind of looks at the ground. And
Not good then.
It's hard to explain and stomach. I'm still trying to come to terms.
But obviously not a bad enough thing that you put a stop to it.
Oh no, I'm still thinking about stopping it.
It's I want to end it, but we don't know enough yet about. Oh God, I didn't even tell you about the prophecy. Shit.
That's what her dad.
Oh, her dad would have told her. Okay.
Because you told.
Yeah, I told him. Yeah. Okay. Because how it interacts with the prophecy, we don't know exactly. Like, what if it staying in that bubble is what it's supposed to do to prevent Tiamat from returning, but what if it has to come out? And then I don't know. We don't know yet. We have to wait until we know more.
So do you think that it's the disappearances and stuff are just gonna get worse for now? I mean, until as this goes on?
Potentially. About a day's out from here, on our way to the town, we were chased by a very large red dragon.
Oh,
It's true.
jeez. Bree's gonna insight check you.
All right.
So, do your persuasion
Um,
/ deception.
Andromeda is helping me with this.
Well, you also have help from Loki.
Oh yeah. Where is my persuasion?
Bree is persuaded. Bree believes you. Where did it which way did it come from?
Behind us. We don't.
So, this way.
I guess we were just walking along. We hear a roar, turn around, and there's a dragon. About how far back was it from us when we first spotted it?
1,000, 2,000 feet, somewhere in that range.
Like over 1,000 feet away. It was far, but it definitely caught up to us. If it wasn't for the fact that that town was protected in that little bubble, we probably wouldn't have made it, to be honest. Like, I had the idea to hide under a nearby bridge, but I don't think that dragon would have cared.
Well, it's a good thing that you're you can be really fast when you want to.
Yeah, I carried Loki. Yeah, I picked up Loki, and Morgan here is unnaturally fast, like absurdly so. So yeah,
Yeah. I'm pretty cool.
Well, she gets this like conflicted look on her face. I'd love to help y'all, but there's no one here that can really protect the ranches and stuff.
no. I completely understand.
And especially if you're saying a bunch of this stuff is happening, like basically right here.
Well, maybe with you around, maybe it won't happen as much.
I certainly hope so.
I don't think it's a dragon taking the wyverns, because there would be more noise to it. Like, I'm sure someone would have noticed a big red dragon snatching wyverns from this ranch.
I would think so. But there's been quite a few people watching the past couple weeks from what I understand, and they've still managed to get some missing.
Yeah. I think, because that group of the Cult of the Dragon, they were able to... They teleported up on this Dragonborn. Like, they just suddenly appeared on her. And then as soon as we scared them off, they just vanished. So, they might be teleporting in, grabbing the wyvern, and teleporting out.
Well, that's good to know to look for, but that's going to be hard to look for.
Yeah. I don't really know what to do about that at all. Did you, get Francesco's letter?
I did. I got it this morning.
Good. Yeah, I don't know where he's gone off to.
Thank you for bringing that.
Yeah. I don't know where he went. It's best if I probably don't know. So if you mentioned it in the letter, don't tell me. But yeah, I think Loki could probably contact Skittles, the Dragonborn, with him after everything's all done.
Yes, this is true. I have means of doing so, but it uses a good little chunk of power.
Yeah, but this
Yes,
would be after we finished everything, when they can come back out of
yes.
hiding. So I don't think it would really matter. It's not like we'll be in a time crunch or something.
Well, if I can help in any way, would that work for you to be able to contact me?
Well, considering how Loki has met you, you should be able to do the same.
I will speak into your head now whenever you are not expecting it. I'm joking. I jest. I would never
This
do
is like
such a
the
thing.
horn all over again.
What horn?
Nothing. Looks over at you, Rebecca.
I'm like giving her a look of like, don't say anything, don't say anything.
Interesting. Noted for later, but not now. Yes, I can send you messages whenever.
Yeah, maybe we can check in on what's going on here every so often. Yeah, keep an eye out for those cultists, in the robes and the draconic masks. If you see any, especially if you find out where they're going.
I'll do my best. I don't think I have a way to contact you if I find anything, though. I don't think Tori has sending.
No, she does not. She has message.
Yeah, it's like a range of what, 30 feet?
120.
120. Think you'll be a bit outside of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to check in on you every so often.
If only we had pieces of parchment like Drunk Purple Man had.
Yeah, that was pretty useful. Though that might have been just one use.
Well, he ripped it off of a bigger sheet.
Oh, that's true. I wonder where he is. Because he somehow made it off that island. Because we saw him again at the bar. Strange.
Well, the island was all in dreams, wasn't it?
It was more of a vision. It wasn't really a dream.
But are we sure that that actually happened?
I don't know. I talked to Andromeda and Guillemot about it. They seem to think it was important for me to know it or something. I don't know. I don't think it's relevant anymore. It's the mystery that shall remain unsolved until I see him again. Because I totally forgot to ask him last time I saw him.
Speaking of Guillemot, I'm guessing this prophecy is part of what he wanted you to do.
Yep, I managed to convince him to tell me what my purpose was after I died. Since I wasn't going to experience it, but after I was brought back, it's kind of what I've been looking into figuring out, and did a bunch of research. Yeah, it's bad. It's very bad. It's like another end of the world scenario.
Not another one.
Yep. At least we have some more time than just an undescript amount. Like, we have a deadline. We don't have a do it before the world ends. Because that sucked. Not knowing when. Because we didn't know if we had to rush. We didn't know if we'd take our time with things. It was very nerve-wracking. This, another year and a half.
Unfortunately, from the sounds of it, there is people going missing or dying during that time too, just like with the death curse, though.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they're being killed, though. I just think they're being abducted to be killed at a later date. I have no evidence for that, but it's what I suspect.
Well, is there anything you need that I can help with while you're here?
We want to ask.
Yeah, do you know if we can get like a ride to Candlekeep, either by cart or potentially a wyvern?
The wyverns, all the ranches here raise the wyverns as like basically farm animals.
Don't you
they're-
have a pet wyvern yourself?
Yes.
You have
But
a
it's-
pet wyvern?
It's magic.
It's magic?
But I summoned that one, remember? That one came to me. It wasn't one from the ranches here.
Yeah. But could you give us a lift to Candlekeep on it? You're looking up the carrying capacity of a wyvern.
Yeah, because it's not a regular wyvern. Here we go. No. It. She can't hold that many people.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Well, is there a fast cart in town?
You can probably hire a cart up in Greenest. Some
Okay.
horses in a cart.
Anyone
That'd be in
you
the city proper.
yeah, anyone you'd recommend
Well, I've just started being here again. I don't really know much in the town.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I wasn't here for a long
Yeah,
time.
yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I kind of did the same thing with your dad. But yeah, okay. Also, how did your tour go with that band?
It went good. And she starts smiling and like rocking back and forth a bit.
Yeah.
Yep, we played at some new casino that was in Baldur's Gate. And a bunch of other places up along the Sword Coast. But that was probably the fanciest one.
Make it up to Neverwinter? Or did you not go that far north?
No, we didn't go that far north.
Okay.
We went up to Waterdeep was the furthest north we went.
Okay.
It was from Waterdeep and then down to the Athkatla.
That's Catla. Interesting. Well, I'm glad you had a great time.
Yeah, I kind of wish I hadn't gone now that I know about what's been going on here.
Oh no. That's an experience that you'll never get to experience again. These
What, you don't think I'll get a tour of my own?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like just a tour out of the blue. It's like, yeah, sure, why not? Just go for it.
Yeah, I guess so. Are y'all going to keep? Are you going to keep on moving, or do you want to stay here for the night?
Probably arrange transport for tomorrow morning, and then maybe come back here for the night.
Yes, I'd like a nice bed to sleep in. It's been
Yeah,
bad.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm thick.
He is quite big. Have you seen him?
If I walk around for too much, it starts to hurt my knees and then my feet. But it's usually in my knees first. You know how it be, the fat be pressuring on the kneecaps. But I'm getting old, I'm getting up there, so I need a bed.
Okay. Yeah.
I think Loki
we have rooms
prefers a
that you can
beanbag
stay in.
though.
Beanbags were quite comfortable. I've never experienced that, and I'm old.
You've never been on a beanbag?
Nope.
She starts shaking her head.
Not until like 4 days ago.
When this is all said and done, I will request one to be put in my home. I am going to go buy one.
They're a good investment.
Not really my style, but they're nice to sit on occasionally.
It's a couple hours up to Greenus. So it'll probably be night by the time you get back.
Yeah, I don't really get hungry or need to sleep anymore, so that shouldn't be too big of an issue. Actually, I could probably just go into town myself, and you two could stay here if you want.
So no more berry diets?
Oh god, that was awful. Try eating good berries for 3 straight months.
It's a good berry.
It's a spell that our ranger friends knew. It created 10
they
magical.
good?
I mean, they were all right. It wasn't bad, but
You eat one berry this big, and this halfling holds up like the tip of her pointer finger.
and it keeps you fed for a whole day.
And that's all you eat that day.
Morgan
Uh-uh.
just starts like shaking his head in shame, and he's just like, "No, I
You
ain't never
don't
gonna
eat
do
or
that."
drink.
Well,
I
you
don't
need to
get to
you need to
drink?
drink, but you still need to drink, but you don't need to eat.
Was it?
Oh, I
Did you
definitely
stop to
need
drink?
Yeah, you still had to drink because we had a rain catcher.
I thought you didn't end up using that once you got
No, we did.
good bear. Okay, I'm very much misremembering that spell.
Yeah, it only gives you nutrients. You need water for just
Okay,
functioning.
right.
But yeah, if you guys want to come up with me to Greenus to book some transport, that'd be cool. But if you want to stay here, that would be fine.
I think it'd be better if we all went together. Don't want to risk anything happening. Who knows nowadays?
I guess.
No, you never split the party.
We always split the party, voice in my head. I mean, what? Sorry.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we get ambushed by a red dragon in the center of town.
Maybe
Hopefully
we'll
not.
Find a party.
Well, you found one in the last town you went to.
That's true. We did find a party.
Anyways, yeah, I guess we'll see you this evening.
Yeah, I'll tell my dad that you're gonna be staying, and I'm gonna stay here and keep giving these guys a little bit of some pointers.
Yeah, let them do some target practice, because, yeah, that one over there, he couldn't hit this guy over here. Only managed to hit him, but it didn't do anything. Almost like he caught it, kind of like Francesco does.
Why did he have to shoot one of your friends?
From my perspective, it just kind of looked like the arrow just kind of bounced. So maybe there wasn't enough tension in the what's it called?
The drawstring? I don't know what it
yes,
is.
that.
I don't know if that's what it's called on a crossbow, but
I don't use those
Oh
things.
yeah, it's still
They
a
scare me.
drawstring.
okay. But yeah, yeah, you might want to tweak those crossbows. They didn't do shit against him. But yeah, he while we were talking with one of the guards, Morgan had this bright idea to go make friends with a wyvern, and then he tried to give it alcohol, and it stung him, and he walked it off like it was nothing.
It's true. He did get stung.
But the wyverns are very friendly.
Are you sure
Not
about
if
that?
you try to force feed it alcohol.
I didn't try to force it. I was just very suggestive.
Can't blame him for that.
So I guess not. Well, it's really good to see you again, Rebecca.
Yeah, good to see you too. Also, keep your eye on some trees. There might be a wood elf in them.
Wait, Elrin's with you?
No, but you never know with him. He might have been following us this whole time. For all I know, he's actually probably like somewhere very far away right now, just living it up, whatever he does. But yeah, it also wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't surprise me if he's been like skulking behind us in the shadows.
I'm pretty sure if he was following you, he would have started fighting that dragon.
That's true. Yeah. All right. So he is very far away. It's good to know. If we see, if we ever see some arrows being shot at by a dragon from nowhere, we probably should go help them.
Noted.
Oh yeah, it was a good thing we didn't have Elrin with us. Oh man, we would have been dead.
Why, does he just attack things for no good reason?
He liked to.
He has a reason.
Yeah, he liked to kill big things.
I see. Horrifying.
I mean, we took down a zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex in Chult, so that was.
Excuse me? I've only read about them, but they could be zombies?
Yeah, it was an undead dinosaur. It's kind of crazy. It vomited other zombies and stuff.
And a giant T-Rex that vomited bees.
Oh
that
yeah,
had
that.
feathers.
Yeah, that thing.
Teleported.
Yeah, that thing crushed my armor. Yeah, this dinosaur could Misty Step. Like, that was crazy.
I have that spell. I know what that is. It's right here, see? Pulls out his little deck of cards. It's like, look, I drew it myself.
Well, this dinosaur could do it on its own.
He pulls out the two of... What would it be?
Oh no, it's an
Two
actual...
of-
It's,
Oh, are they not? Do they not have numbers too?
no,
alongside
there's
the
no
artwork?
numbers to them. It's like a little spell book, except they're all on playing cards.
Oh, okay. I thought that they were still the numbered things, and it just had the artwork, the extra drawn in runes and
Nah, I'm
stuff.
not good at balancing numbers like that.
Well, suppose we should get into town.
Yes. Onward.
Onward and upward.
Making our way downtown.
Walking fast.
Sipping this yak.
About to get blown back with the Mac.
You start walking into town.
We do be walking.
Do be walking though. What are y'all looking for a place to hire?
Bree said the stables, so I'll be looking for the stables.
I don't think I ever said that, but
Oh, I could have swore I heard she said.
I just set up in the town.
Hmm.
Or Greenest proper. I can't remember which way I said it, but
Well, I'll have to listen to that back because I swear you said stables, but yeah, maybe tavern might have some information on that.
okay.
If not, I could still grab a drink.
Two half-elves and a tiefling walk into a tavern.
It's beginning of a bad joke.
The tiefling screams. The room is silent.
Loki
Hell
made
is
a
wrong with you?
I've seen some shit.
Yeah, man, who hasn't?
Fair point. This one I think is dead. I point,
A
I
halfling
point at
behind-
Rebecca.
I was dead. I'm not
I still-
anymore.
I still think you're dead, and you can't prove me otherwise. Now can you?
I slap him across the face.
Hmm.
Could a dead person do that?
A cold hand, but a hot slap. I feel the blood rushing to my cheek.
Zombies have attacked your town before, Loki.
I see.
So maybe they could slap? They could definitely claw.
Hmm.
Anyway, I'll go to the barkeep.
Is your friend alright?
He,
Is your friend alright?
more acquaintance, but I guess so. I'm looking. Do you know where I could hire a carriage to Candlekeep?
Oh, that's quite the way out there.
Yeah, kind of need to get going there. It's too far to walk, though.
Well, there's a couple travelers passing through. They might be looking to take some fares.
Okay. Do you have any idea where they might be congregating? Like, is there a town market where traveling traders trade things?
Well, one of them's over there, and he points to the end of the bar. To a man that has, like, a human man that has, like, 5 empty tankards in front of him.
Oh dear.
I like to imagine that this bar is only like knee height for me because it's for halflings.
No, it's not all halflings.
It's not all half. Okay.
This is actually still short, but not as short as a halfling. This is actually a dwarf that's the bartender.
Ah, okay.
Please don't bend your knees. It's rude. I bend my knees. Sorry, that was rude of me. I stand back upright.
I guess it's leg day. All right, thanks. I'll go talk to him. Also, you might want to get some barrels ready for him. I kind of gesture over towards Morgan.
Yeah, like
He looks
you
up.
should do it.
Two barrels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have carts or something you want to have?
Nah. I'm gonna sit in here, drink the one, and then I'm gonna take the other one with me.
Okay.
He could drink a lot.
What kind are you looking for?
You know, I'll take like. Thinks about it. I don't know what you got.
My computer wasn't dead. Well, that depends how much you're willing to go for. The buying by the barrel's gonna be a bit pricey.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They the big ones, or they like the little casks?
Uh,
Like I put it under my arm, or we talking like big as me?
kind of in the middle of those two. We do have some little casks as well, though, if you're wanting that.
Yeah. Let me get two of the little ones. Trying to watch my figure.
Pardon my rudeness, Morgan, but you're only caring to watch it now.
I don't ask you about your magic shit.
Your words
Sure.
hurt, my friend.
Okay, that'll be he like sizes you up, trying to figure out what he thinks you'd want. How about some Golden Hollow whiskey?
Oh hell yeah, I'll take that.
Okay, that'll be a gold apiece.
Alright, he hands him 2 gold.
Okay. You have 2 tankards of Golden Hollow two what do we call them?
Pass.
Casks of
Yep.
Golden Hollow whiskey.
Nice. He's just gonna start in on one of those.
It's a dark whiskey aged for 12 years. Deep notes of spices and caramel.
It's all gonna be gone by the morning.
Nah, he's gonna be a little bit smart about it. That sounds good. So he's gonna, when he cracks open the second one later on, he's gonna put some of it in his alchemy drug to see if like it'll start giving him that. Give that a try. I don't know.
It works, but it's not quite as strong.
Okay, that's fair.
Maybe because it hasn't aged.
You gotta re-age it. You gotta wait 12 years.
I see.
Anyways, I'll approach the drunken man.
I mean, I never said he was drunk. I just said he had 5 tankards in front
I'm
of him.
assuming he's drunk.
Well, if it's Morgan, he's always drunk. Let's be honest.
Okay, you walk up to this man as he's drinking from the 6th glass.
Ah, what you drinking?
Oh, do you mean me?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this guy.
Oh.
Hair of the Bloodhound. What do you want?
Oh, I heard you're a traveling merchant and seeking a ride for me and my friends here to Candlekeep.
He looks over at you. You sure you're cut out for these roads? Because I'm not going to be taking a detour all the way around to take the safe roads.
I mean, I survived for 3-4 months in the jungles of Chult. This guy could run faster than your cart can probably go. And Horns over there has some pretty powerful magic up his sleeves. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we're fine with dangerous roads.
Just the 3 of you, right? No one else?
Yep.
Good. Good. Well, down to Candlekeep. That's not gonna be exactly a cheap trip.
How much we're talking?
Dean is doing trying to figure out how far things are on the map again. Yeah, we call it 350 miles.
What is this,
Gonna
a map
run-
for ants?
It's gonna run you 10 gold and 5 silver between the three of you.
Oh, for 3 of us? Okay. So 1 silver each, and... Ooh, can't divide 10 easily by 3. So I guess I'll pay the extra gold. I'll pay 4 gold and 1 silver. That's for me. Unless you two don't have any cash on you, which I guess I could pay the rest.
No, I got some money. It's what is it? It's 10 gold and 5 silver each, or total?
Total.
Total. Okay. Yeah, Morgan will put in like 5 gold.
Oh, no. Then I guess I'll take back 1 gold then.
I'll be like, yeah, I'll just pay for Loki.
You need to pay for 6 gold if you're paying for Loki.
Oh.
Then I'll
Wait a
not
second.
take back that 1 gold. I'll leave it there. So if you're paying for yourself in Loki, you need 6 gold and 2 silver.
Very well.
Oh my god.
I
but-
will put. God, the math. Yeah, sure, I'll do that then.
Wait, how much do I owe? Because I've been talking and I forgot I was muted.
Nothing, because Morgan's paying for you.
What a gentleman. I must pay for him next time he goes to the bar.
Ooh, that's a mistake.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine.
Might regret that.
Okay, he counts the money you hand him. When are you wanting to head out?
Tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Say about an hour after sunup.
Works for me. Just don't bring any dragon-related stuff.
What do you mean, dragon-related stuff?
There's been a lot of trouble on the roads last month or two. Seem to be going after dragonborn and wyverns, but I'm just not taking any chances. I'm not carrying any dragon stuff. Anything to do with dragons.
Well, that's interesting to know. But yeah, we don't have anything dragon-related on us.
Okay. Well, see you an hour after sunrise tomorrow, then. Now I'm gonna get back to my drink.
All right. Enjoy. All right. I'll turn around and. Well, we probably should head back if you're gonna get a full night's sleep.
Yes, we do need to do that. Sleep is important. So we going? What's up?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's get it.
All right, let's go. Back to the woodwinds.
Okay. So yeah, Morgan, you poured a little bit into your alchemy drink, and it has a lot of the same flavor. Like I said, just not as much of the strength.
Okay.
Hey, you mind pouring a little bit of that into my alchemy jug? You don't have to do it from the keg you bought. You could pour from what you have in your alchemy jug into mine. Oh, will that cause a divide by zero error?
Sure.
Yeah, just pour what comes out of the jug directly into mine.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Rebecca,
I'll
there.
try and put it more.
Okay. Rebecca, there's a little bit of that drink in your alchemy jug.
Would you say like a tankard amount?
Depends how much you poured. There's exactly how much you poured in your alchemy jug.
Well, how much did you pour in?
Poured in, yeah, probably like a cup's worth or however much it could hold. Not trying to like spill it.
I mean,
Yeah, you pour like a tankard's worth in, I'd
Okay.
say.
What's it called? Honey?
Oh, fuck.
Golden
remember.
Hollow whiskey.
There you go, Golden
Oh.
Hollow whiskey.
Golden Hollow whiskey. 1 tankard. Sweet. New drink.
Oh no! It didn't like create that much. There is what he poured in there is in there at the moment,
Oh,
and it slowly the level starts dropping and it goes into the. It's almost like the jug absorbs it.
that's weird. Does it come back out? I speak into my jug. Golden Hollow whiskey.
Nope. You get the feeling that from what Bree told you when she identified this forever ago. Since this isn't like something super rare, and especially since it's already a weakened version from his alchemy jug, with your alchemy jug, it'll take a couple more times of doing this.
Okay.
Like, it's not going to take a lot, but it would probably be like somewhere around 3 to 5 times.
Okay.
Your 2 alchemy jugs work in different ways.
Solid, the other is gas.
One exclusively makes alcohol.
And the other,
Hey, do you want oil? I got 1 quart of it. All right, marking that down on my thing. It's 3 to 5 more fills.
you open a bar with that thing.
I mean, mine can only do 3 different liquids per day. I don't know how much yours can do if it's different. This is happening while we're walking to the woodwinds.
Okay, yeah.
buds are really nice today. Wouldn't you agree?
It's nice not being sweaty all the time.
I would assume, based from what I've been able to gather, jungles are not the best place to be.
They're not. They're really not.
Some good times in the jungle.
Yeah, there were some good times there.
Oh yeah? Name 3.
Well, there was a time where we were gifted the power of flight from some Aarakocra. There
was the party with the Aarakocra.
There was the party with the Aarakocra. That was fun. We reinstated the true ruler of a tribe of Grung.
Fascinating. Can you write this down so I can sell it later? Why is my accent changing?
My life is not for your monetization.
Why not?
Because it's my life to monetize.
But what about your friends' lives? What if I monetize theirs instead?
I'm sure they'd not even like it if I monetized my own life. So I'm sure they'd not even like it even more.
Have you asked?
I don't know. They weren't super cool with me stealing stuff. Well, maybe Elrin. Elrin was kind of indifferent about that.
Thievery is wrong unless you could fool them. That's why I get away with it, and I don't feel bad.
I mean, they don't know it's been stolen if no one sees you take
Oh,
it.
no, that's just rude. If you're gonna steal, at least do it right in front of their face. Like, if I didn't know you, and I was like, come, quick, play a game of cards with me, and I rigged the game the whole time, and I take all of your money, yes, you'll be upset that you lost all your money, but I'll be happy because I got some sucker's money.
It's not really my style. My style is more either I will mask of many faces into someone else, and I'll either walk into someone and suggest that they give me something for free.
I see.
Or
See, I could do that too.
or I whack them with a staff, knock them out, and I take what I want and sneak out the back. That may or may not have happened. So not worth it, though. It was a bag of many wands, and the wands were faulty. They're all puns.
I love wands.
Yeah, there was a wand of hold person, except it was wand of old person. It made people old.
To be fair, you shouldn't have tested these wands on yourself.
That makes me wonder.
That was the responsible thing to do. What? You wanted me to look out the window and point it at some random passing by kid?
Funny.
Yeah, it would be funny to you. It wouldn't be funny to me. And I sure as hell bet that Andromeda here would think it's very not funny.
There's really just no good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it'd be pretty funny if you turned a kid into an old person.
Yeah, except it doesn't revert. So kind of stuck that way.
And then there was the old lady that we bought the potions from that somehow knew that you weren't old.
Yeah, that was weird. Also, can we stop talking about me being old? That was like the worst part of Chult.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being old.
I'm 26. I'm not ready to be 125.
Baby numbers. We get used to it.
And I really should, like... Next time I see Bree, I should probably... Next time she's in Baldur's Gate, I should have her identify the rest of those potions. Figure out what they are.
There's a lot of potions.
There's a lot of potions. Yeah, I got, like, 2 crates of potions back at my place. I don't know what they do.
You didn't bring any of them.
Well, they're unlabeled, and they do
they're
different
in various
things.
Different containers.
Yeah.
Some of them are in like dried out rats.
Yeah, definitely gonna rebottle those.
I see no issue with this. Would have been fun.
I mean, it's all fun and games until you accidentally drink wyvern poison. I mean, I guess Morgan here would be fine with that, but
I don't think.
I mean, I'll try anything once. What, you wouldn't?
Try something once.
I
Wyvern
mean,
poison. Yeah.
I'm a little resistant to poison now, but back then, if I drank wyvern poison, I'm sure it probably would have knocked me on my ass dead.
Good story to tell, though.
Yeah, opposed to getting stabbed in the gut 3 times while you're in the ground by some clay soldiers.
The more you speak, the more I realize you worry me greatly.
You don't remember this, Rebecca, but you also what actually killed you wasn't them. You were still just bleeding out from them,
Ooh.
right? Didn't the fireball actually kill you?
No, it was the clay soldiers that killed me.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
How would you know any of this, Andromeda? You were nothing at that point. You were gone.
Well, this is clearly your guardian angel, so it knows everything.
She's more like a guide. I pull out the So You're a Warlock book.
It's have you ever the How To for Dummies books?
Yes.
It looks exactly like one of those.
Okay, now that's clever.
Yeah, it's like this weird kind of thing. It like has like a cool catalog of the different invocations I can have. It's actually quite useful. It actually at first I didn't know what the hell was happening, but I woke up one morning and I could understand all animals. That was horrible in a jungle because I could just constantly hear birds screaming, either get out of my tree or please fuck me. So, yeah, kind of glad I don't have that all the time.
I forgot about that. Great.
More stories to tell. That's what matters. The stories you tell along the way.
It's not about the destination. It's always about the journey.
Also, just as an FYI, drinking wyvern poison would do nothing to you. It's an injury poison.
Oh, really?
It's like how people drink snake venom.
If you had eaten chips earlier in the day and there was like some cuts in your throat,
You're gonna have a bad day.
Right. If you had an ulcer, yeah, you're in trouble.
If you bleed when you poop, you're gonna have a real bad time in a few days.
Now, if one of them turns out to be midnight tears.
Oh.
All right. You're walking through the ranches as you're just recounting these stories. You keep trying to be done telling stories, and they just keep more happening, Rebecca.
Yeah, like I finished a story by mentioning something, and they're like, "What?"
Look, it's your fault for having the interesting life.
It's almost like I spent 2 years as a make-believe character or something.
That's preposterous.
Yeah, this
Who
is
would
the
pretend
only.
to be something.
Yeah, I refuse to accept that my life is the imaginations of other people.
Now you're just making things up.
That's some high concept shit.
Hey, you guys want to go play a game of humans and offices?
I'm too sober for this.
Yo, that's my favorite
not drunk enough.
game. Can I be the clerk class?
The clerk.
What is happening?
You'd have a clerk for cleric. You'd have an accountant as the artificer.
I feel like the butcher would be the fighter.
The unpaid intern would be the barbarian.
Yes. You said this was a paid internship!
What do you mean, no benefit?
Okay.
You're letting me go! I'm sorry.
You fucking what?
After all the coffees I got you! Ah!
I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. If any of y'all have seen The Office is humans in offices.
Mm-hmm.
It's if someone in D&D played the real world as a game.
Horrifying concept. I'm scared for my life.
Okay, so you make it back to the Flitvind residence, and you see Bree seems to be on watch at the Woodwinds Ranch, crossbow in hand.
I'll have Andromeda help her out
Okay.
for the night, or forever, however long her shift is.
Forever. Goodbye, Andromeda.
Okay.
They can probably
Look,
chat about all the dumb things I've done.
and all the dumb things you missed.
Yeah.
Loki sleeping on the beanbag chair again.
I will take one with me and use it as a pillow.
Okay.
What's the weather looking like for this evening? Is it going to be like a clear night?
It's partly cloudy.
Okay, but you can still see the stars. Okay. I'll kind of prop myself up on a chair on like a porch or a balcony or something. Just kind of watch the stars for 4 hours.
Okay. All right. You all get a good night. Well, you all get a rest. It's not a sleep for all of you.
I mean, any night I don't have nightmares about that fucking vortex of souls is a good night.
You don't want
Right.
to hear the screams of the damned?
Not really.
Fair enough.
The ladder scream was your own. As you literally burnt your soul.
Yeah, don't use your soul to feel spells.
That sounds
But,
like a bad idea.
The next morning comes, and there is hash browns and scrambled wyvern eggs.
Yummy.
I'll have some. I'm not hungry, but I'll try some because, you know, I can still enjoy things.
Okay. And you say your goodbyes to the Woodwinds, unless there's anything else you want to do. And make your way up to the town to meet your cart.
Yep. Making our way back to town.
Back down. And the cart is not fast.
Morgan, we're gonna have to let you go. You're slowing it down. I'm sorry, that was rude. These are beat me up.
The horses are just trotting along.
Trot, 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 trot.
Oh, so
trot.
it's the horse's
no.
fault.
Oh wait, no, trotting is
Like,
trotting is fast, isn't it?
Trotting's a jog for a horse. It's not a galloping. It's in between canter and it goes canter, trotting, and then galloping.
Look at this equestrian expert.
I'm not an equestrian expert. It's just a fact I know about horses.
They're cantering.
Oh God, they're walking. Fuck.
Oh no! Taking forever. Those damn horses.
I mean, do you want to walk to Candlekeep?
No.
Well, then we ride this cart.
Very well.
What? Are you in some kind of a hurry?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
But we
I can
have.
get you there. I can get you there faster, but it's gonna take me longer to recuperate them after we get there. So I'd have to charge extra.
Let me see something first. No, it would have to be greater restoration. Lesser restoration does not do exhaustion. Okay. Never mind. I mean, how much more?
I can get you there twice as fast, but it's gonna be the same amount again.
Are you insisting that we pay you more money just so you could thwack the reins on your horses?
I mean, I'm fine with traveling at this speed. It was Morgan that was the one that was complaining.
Just thought I'd offer. We'll be there in doing math. God, carts are slow.
Fucking carts.
22 days.
22 days?
At a canter, you're covering 16 miles a day. Just a normal walking speed of a horse. It's about 350
Okay.
miles.
Every day, we're gonna do something different. Oh no! You know what we could do for 22 days? That's almost a month. That means that every day we could do something that trains a specific skill, and then we could go up a skill point. Or no, doesn't that have a gold cost too?
You can train.
I mean, we could
can't
train
train
each other
ability scores.
in like something that each of us knows. Like,
That only halves the gold cost
oh really?
because you still need materials.
I'll teach you to think good. Here, I'll take 50 gold.
Well, you can't train ability scores. You can train like
No,
weapon and tool proficiencies.
That's what I wasn't talking about ability scores. I was talking about like skills. Like skills.
Technically, there's no actual rule for that either, but I think I have a rule set saved somewhere.
I think you said that you can.
You can, but it's based off of training the feat guild, which gives you 4 skills. I do think I did mention a rule set. The rule set I had somewhere.
It's somewhere.
Yeah, it's somewhere. I'll have to check my old DMs with TG.
We
to find where I
could.
set it.
We could fill up alchemy jugs.
You certainly could.
With what?
I don't know.
I mean, with what?
Like, I could pour some of my stuff into yours. Like, I could pour some Tej into your alchemy jug, and you can pour some of your alcohol into my alchemy jug.
Alright, fuck it.
Okay.
Question.
Answer.
Hold on, I gotta find it. Never mind.
The daily
Ignore my
double.
question. Ignore my question. I need to find it.
Final Jeopardy. You pour the Tej into his.
4 gallons of Tesh.
Glug, 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 glug. It looks like it's gonna overflow, but the jug just starts sucking it in at the same speed you're pouring, so that it's.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Your alchemy jug, Morgan, can now make Tej at full strength because it was poured from a Cholton alchemy jug.
Nice.
And you're gonna spend a couple days doing the getting the golden hollow into your alchemy jug,
Yeah.
Rebecca.
Golden Hollow. And can we only do that like once a day?
You can do one thing a day.
I did.
Right now we're just figuring out what y'all are doing during the time, so
Okay.
all of them and none of them.
So, yeah.
He's gonna get fed up about our weekend.
Golden Hollow. What other alcohol do you have in your jug?
I think that's like the only like specific named one that I have.
You got rum?
Yes. Beer
He says
and rum?
you say rum, and rum appears in it.
Yeah, Morgan just goes, yes.
Ah, shit. Yeah, fill me up.
And he will do that. Gonna switch over to my phone. I will have to take a shower in a minute or two here.
I'm guessing this is all going to be just one tankard amount.
However much your thing can hold, that I guess won't like, fuck it up.
Able to hold a gallon.
Oh yeah, so I'll pour the gallon in if you wanted it like full strength or whatever, if that affects it.
Okay, so do I have a full gallon of Golden Hollow whiskey bean?
You get by the time that it actually starts where you can produce the golden hollow, it makes the same amount as it makes half the amount the Tej does.
Oh, so 2 gallons. Okay. Because Tej does 4.
Yeah.
And it's weak. It's not strong.
It's right because he's pouring it out of his, which is a weak version.
Yeah. So it's also weak rum.
He just apologizes for it. He's like, I don't know why it's weak, but I don't know. I never really questioned it. Whatever got me fucked up.
I mean, I could always mix them up. Combine Tej with Golden Hollow whiskey.
Yeah, you gotta mix it with yourself.
I pour it out into a cup, and I pour something else into it. I can add wine to yours.
Wine?
Yeah, wine.
Wine guy? Sure, why not? What kind of wine you got?
It just says wine. I guess Cholton wine. Old Cholton wine. Because this would have been added when that temple was new.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's the same kind of wine as then. It's not like it's not 1,000-year-old vintage or anything.
No, I'm talking about like it's like that older style. Like it's
right.
It's like a different method of making it. Yeah, just Cholton wine.
Yeah, he's like, fuck it, let me try it.
It's 1 gallon of Cholton wine.
Yes.
And I'm gonna have to mark this down when I get to the gate All right, I'm gonna hop in the shower real quick. I'll be back in like 15.
All right.
Hey, Anthony, can you pop over to Secrets for a second?
Sure. Give me 1 second. Let's scroll down to your server.
All by myself. Just going through what I have in my notes to make sure my alchemy jug is up to date. Gallon looks like it's spelled wrong. Not Gallons. A gallon of honey. That's a lot of honey. Plague of the long arm. Probably took a boat to Westgate. Traveled that way. And down to here. Probably fled back home. Had to flee. Bounced around up and down the Sword Coast for a few years. Baldur's, down to Chult. And then back to Baldur's Gate. The Battle of Bones. Hill of Lost Souls.
Rebecca, can you do me a favor?
Ah, welcome back.
Yes, we're back. Hello.
Hello.
Can you do me a favor, Rebecca?
Mm-hmm.
Can you draw what this undead but not undead creature looked like? The big one. I threw up the other ones.
I can do one better than that. I'll make a miniature version with major image.
I didn't realize this part of it, Anthony, so I am checking something real quick.
Well, if we're being technical, I don't have to have seen it.
Oh, do you not?
No.
Okay.
I'm doing this for roleplay.
I'll spin it around.
It looks like dead. I will use minor illusion to say, is this what you think they look like alive? I'll try to make one that doesn't look like it's falling apart and rotting away. But smaller, obviously, because I'm just doing minor illusion.
Sort of, but I've seen an actual Tyrannosaurus Rex before. Do you want me to show you what a live one
Yes.
looks like?
Yes.
All right, I'll shift it to where it looks like a normal one.
I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Okay.
Okay, when you say a live one, do you mean a regular live one or the King of Feathers?
Regular live one.
Okay.
I could also do King of Feathers too, which I'll
Okay.
do
Oh my god, it
after.
actually has feathers. That's weird.
Yeah, they all have. The dinosaurs seem to have like, depending on the kind, they seem to have some amount of feathers. But the King of Feathers, or this feathery Tyrannosaurus that could teleport, it was very feathery and it was very colorful too.
I see. Now, Rebecca, we're going
Very
to play a game.
angry.
We're going to play a game, Rebecca.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard of rock, paper, scissors?
You mean Boulder Parchment Shears?
Yeah, Boulder Parchment Shears.
Yes. Sure. We're going to play that. Best 2 of 3.
Okay, both of you are gonna type it into chat and hit enter at the same time, I guess.
Can
Okay.
I just top right rock, paper, scissors?
Okay.
Sure.
On 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Ah!
Both picked Boulder.
Again!
1,
1,
2,
2.
3. Damn it!
It's okay, it's best of 3. It's best of 3. You get 1 more shot. Well, 2 actually.
All right.
Okay?
1, 2, 3.
Another double Boulder.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Ah! What 2 alike?
Let me think of what I want.
Well, I already know what I'm going with.
1.
I'm not ready. I mean,
Oh, I didn't get to hit enter. You would have won it anyway.
yeah.
Okay, 1, 1.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Ah.
Rebecca wins.
Very well.
With the final parchment, Rebecca beats your Boulder.
Ah. Fine, it's only fair because I'm the one who's going to do this anyway. Has it been 1 week?
We'll say that this is the week mark. Rebecca, you have added rum.
Nice.
And I was wrong earlier. Both of these will be 1 gallon. That and the whiskey.
Ah, okay.
That for the moment. Okay, I'm gonna look at the man in the carriage and be like, "Good sir, can you please stop this incredibly slow wagon?"
I did tell you we can go faster, but it's
No, I can go faster than you now. For I have seen it. The power within. I run off of the carriage and I just like unclip my suspenders real quick and I just go, "The great and all powerful one." He takes out his little deck of cards, pulls out 1 card and puts it in his mouth and be like, "Rebecca, I hope you don't get PTSD." Pew! On myself. And I'm gonna become a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh, shit. I mean, I could have also shown you some flying dinosaurs too, but whatever.
That's why I never did on the math for this one. I can't do any more math today. And I'm just going to gesture to get on, as well as I can as a giant white Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I'm a bit hesitant because, well, not hesitant, but like I'm a bit cautious because like you're as dumb as a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but you know I'm an ally, so.
Yes. I lower my tail down and go,
All right, Morgan, come on.
"Oh, what? Oh, God, all right." Not Morgan. My Morgan's gone.
Okay.
This is gonna be bumpy.
As soon as he sees the T-Rex, he stops because he's worried that it's too close to dragon-like.
Don't worry, it's more bird than lizard.
I do what the chickens do, and I just hold my head in one spot, but like move the rest of my body.
A Tyrannosaurus would do that, which is freaky.
Anthony, you now have a big head and little arms.
Very good.
And
I've
you're
always
not entirely sure if you've thought this through.
I'm just not sure if this
because
plan was...
because for the next hour I'm gonna start dashing towards Candlekeep. At 100 feet every 6 seconds.
Okay, so...
6,000 feet an hour. That's far.
150 minus 112. Okay. Alright.
I think through all of my plans.
You're on the back of a thing that you have fought 3 different versions of.
I don't think I've fought a normal one. Just,
Oh no, you just saw him.
yeah.
You fought undead and feathered versions of.
I mean, this is
As
lightly feathered. It's not feathered like the King of Feathers.
And as it's tearing down this path through the green fields.
Oh god, imagine like the next person that comes through and they see like these giant footprints.
Travelers leaping out of the way. As he's running.
How long does Major Image last? I think it's just 10 minutes. But yeah, for the 10 minutes, I'll just like have like a little siren on top of his head that goes woo woo woo. Like has the flashing red light.
Okay. Alright. When all of a sudden you feel a shift underneath you, Rebecca and Morgan.
Uh-oh.
As Loki is now back as Loki.
How far are we all falling?
I mean,
Well, you wouldn't fall at all.
you'd be on the ground. I'm guessing acrobatics check to land on your feet.
Yeah.
I'll pop a feather fall immediately after I pop back and notice they're about to fall. If it's quick enough.
I mean, it depends on how high it is. Like if it's
That's true too.
It's.
But do you really want to take fall damage? Because this isn't the only time I'm doing this. You're going next.
I'm gonna say that it's a huge beast, so that would be what, like 10 foot if you're on the back of it.
yeah.
I heard all that. You turned into a fucking T-Rex. Ridiculous.
Yeah, we said later to the fucker. I forgot.
Well, he served his purpose for the 1 week.
He did get you quite a bit closer.
Yeah, I ain't waiting no goddamn month to get the Candlekeep when we could just jog it.
Alright, so are you popping a feather fall for the 10 feet, or...?
I can land fine with 10 feet.
I'm sure Morgan could also land fine with 10 feet.
He's a monk. He can survive off a cliff.
Alright. Deck saves from the two...
Do not land on your face.
Yeah.
Whoever lands on their face has to go next.
I mean, really, Morgan can probably just...
Oh, he wants me to roll for him. Apologies.
Yeah.
What is it? You pop that reaction and...
Oh no!
What?
I rolled a nat 1. But it's an 11. Oh god, what happened? You both left the roll 20.
My connection was interrupted.
Oh no, it was up. Okay, you guys are back.
That was weird.
Okay, so yes, I rolled a nat 1 as Morgan. For an 11 total.
I mean, he could also. I'll go
That's
ahead and
true.
tell you since you're not used to them.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I know about the slow fall. It's just it's 10 feet.
Wait, I have a slow fall thing?
Yeah, you have slow fall.
As a monk.
reaction, you can reduce any falling damage you take by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level.
So is that 50 damage?
Yeah. So you can reduce it by up to 50.
I mean, this is 10 feet. You don't take fall damage from 10 feet.
Unless it's Matt Mercer rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in case.
So yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Alright, cool.
I do a little somersault and then back up on my feet.
Yep.
I just land on my ass, but then immediately stand up like it was nothing.
Is up. Boing.
Now, is the crater that he made as big as a dinosaur footprint?
Not quite. Not quite.
I'm stronger than Morgan now. No, I'm not.
Not anymore.
All right. So now your dinosaur is gone. Your cart is gone.
But Rebecca?
What?
Are you ready?
For what?
I cast Polymorph on Rebecca.
Rebecca, are you a willing creature?
I guess. But I like to pretend that I was not expecting it.
Okay. Loki, now you are in front of
Could I be
giant thing.
could I be Quitaza Locatulus?
He doesn't know what that is.
Oh, never mind. T-Rex it is.
And I don't think a Quetzalcoatlus is big enough.
It's a huge beast.
For... Yeah, I don't think you could... I don't know if... Huge can... I don't know if you can have 3 on a huge.
I mean, T-Rex is huge, right?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, T-Rex is huge.
Yeah, then you can.
I don't know what it looked like or anything. I've never heard of it until right now.
Hey, it's a pterodactyl, a really big one.
It's the bigger pterodactyl.
What a pterodactyl!
It's a flying dinosaur.
Oh my god, they can fly!
Some can.
Why are you speaking to me? You're a giant reptile!
Not a reptile, I'm a bird.
I hop up on its back.
I also hop up on its back.
Oh yeah.
Actually, that would be Andromeda translating for you. But it's it's like, it takes like a little bit, because like, my thoughts are kind of slow.
Yeah, they are. Then why does Tyrannosaurus Rex mean Lizard King?
I don't know. Rebecca doesn't know. Rebecca says she doesn't know. Kind of. It's kind of hard to understand her right now.
What is your intelligence as a
1.
T-Rex? You need a 3 to talk, so I don't know how complete your... Yeah, your thoughts are really not complete.
Yeah. Anyways,
Rebecca is confused.
I'll start dashing after they get on.
Okay.
Oh, I don't get to keep my rogue ability, so I can't double dash.
Nope.
It's not wild shape, damn.
Sorry, I'll pick up 2 levels in Druid.
You need a lot more. Actually, it's impossible to wild shape into a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Do you want to know what I can do? I can pick up Shape Change at level 9. Then I can do it. And keep all my intelligent.
Intellect.
Okay. Rebecca, you run for an hour. And Loki tries to keep track this time of when he feels like it's running out.
Hey. So
He just- It's fine for when he's not the one that's polymorphed. Because when he's polymorphed, he has 1.
I mean, if
One
you want
intelligence.
to talk to me. You have to say it to Andromeda because she's right there with you.
Sprite,
Yes?
tell Rebecca to let us know when she feels the tingles. That means the spell is about to end.
What's a tingle?
Yeah, so it's basically just you feeling when your magic is about to end, Loki. You just want it. The only thing is you can't do it when you're the one that's polymorphed. Because your intelligence is too low. So yeah, you basically know when it's about to run out, and you tell Andromeda to
Tell
tell
Rebecca
Rebecca
to
to
stop.
Rebecca immediately stops running and just slides forward a little bit.
I think it's over. Better
And
hop off as quickly as possible.
yeah, you two scramble
Yeah,
down.
that's the thing.
As you slide down the tail, Loki, and right as you get to the ground, Rebecca turns back into Rebecca.
Oh, that was weird. I don't think I've done that before. Whoa. Never been something else. Oh. Oh, all my thoughts are coming at me at once. This is weird. Oh, man, it's like they were held up by a dam or something.
It's okay, take your time. It takes a while.
Man, and this is different from what that Minotaur guy could do. He kept his mind when he did this.
Oh, so he was a druid.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
have you ever
well,
seen a
one another-
raging velociraptor? They're kind of scary.
I have not. Well. Morgan?
Now you know how I feel, Rebecca.
Oh.
Just not as much of a difference.
Do you lose your mind when you shape change into another creature as an imp?
Well, no, when you change her from an imp to a sprite, her intelligence changes.
Oh yeah, she's smarter now.
Yep.
She has a +2 to int instead of +0.
Also, compared to her natural form, would be different.
Yeah.
Oh, Morgan,
Yeah, what up?
it's your turn.
So you see, my doctor said that
That's polymorph on Morgan.
Morgan, are you a willing creature?
he's willing enough.
Okay. I have to ask.
And
So,
now we ride Morgan into the sunset. Onward!
Morgan, you're used to being big, but you're not used to being this big.
I like to
I feel
imagine
like-
it's kind of a chunky Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah,
Belly.
Oh yeah.
he's
See,
chunky.
no matter who I use the spell on, there's always a little bit of the initial features that linger on. Like Rebecca, yours had a scar. I saw it.
I know dinosaurs don't really have ears like us mammals do, but
Yes, they do.
Wait,
They
are
have
you a
little
mammal?
holes in them.
humanoids.
That's rude.
Yeah.
That's rude.
Roar.
I mean, even Francesco was a mammal, Rebecca.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we're all mammals. Okay, never mind.
Onward,
Dragonborn
Morgan.
are half mammal, because it's confusing. Morgan takes off running, and halfway through this hour, he realizes they don't make cups big enough for me.
That's a
Yeah.
huge epiphany for a dinosaur.
Look, have you seen Morgan go an hour without a drink?
I'll take my alchemy jug and I'll pat the side of his face and yell Tej, and I'll start pouring it as he's running.
He just kind of tilts his head to the side and cracks open his mouth.
For the next
He doesn't
4
take a
minutes,
high
there's
voltage,
Tej going down your
his
throat.
head.
Anthony, how much would you charge for a commission of drawing that?
Drawing what? A giant
a chunky T-Rex with a tiefling and then a half elf pouring a jug into its mouth.
Get back to me on that.
I might have to hit you up on that one.
All these customers. Yummy.
Yummy, delicious.
Another hour passes. You get down. Loki, what's next?
I go, alright. I could do this 2 more times. And then I'm done. No, I'm not. I can recover 1, but then I'm done.
Hold on. I know a faster way.
Okay. Show me.
Major image. The big pterodactyl. And I'll do it full size.
How do I spell quit?
I'm
I found it.
Quetzalcoatlus.
Ew, you just said Zed, Canadian, yuck.
How about you eat shit?
How about you go eat
I
ham?
know that
You're
Rush
the
is
American.
Canadian, but it's YYZ, not YYZ.
Zed for life.
I will say, if you're flying, unless you still stick with the roads, you're gonna be going over the the wood of sharp teeth or whatever it's called.
Speed limit? That's fine.
Yeah, but we'll be following the road. I guess.
Okay.
But like that's
You want to fly?
90 feet per round. Double
80,
dash.
isn't it?
100.
More?
No, it's 90.
But I have it up here. It says 80 feet.
Really?
Yeah.
Mine says 90. That's weird.
Yeah, so
I'm going
dash
to
that.
go to my actual book of it now.
I have the monster manual on roll 20, so I just look it up in situations like this.
Mine says 10 feet and with a dash 20.
Yeah, but we're looking at the fly speed.
Yeah.
No, not that one.
That's
So
its walking
160 feet. It's
I
6 seconds.
literally just guessed that without looking at anything. I cannot believe it.
I hate you. Okay, 160 times that by 10. That's 1,600 feet a minute. Times that.
Well, no, it's 160 is 16 miles an hour. Yeah, you go 16.
96,000 feet in an hour. Very well. I guess I'll do it. Unless you want to do it. Morgan just did it. He needs a break.
I mean, I can fly.
I need alcohol.
Give him
I mean,
alcohol.
you need to be the one that's sentient because don't want to fall from the sky.
I just realized my suspenders are still unclipped. Let me reclip those real quick. Okay, there we go. Onward! I polymorph into a Quetzalcoatlus.
No, I polymorph because you're the one that's supposed to be sentient.
Oh, you're.
Do you want to fall from the sky?
I mean, come on, guys. A Quetzalcoatlus is at least twice as smart as a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Is it?
It has 2 intelligence.
Oh my god! Okay, fine. I do it on you. You become a Quetzalcoatlus.
Okay, Rebecca, you are now a pelican. A giant pelican, basically.
Look,
That's
see
what their
a
beaks
scar.
remind me of.
You have a scar right here. See?
Yeah, like one of the wingtips is like has the tip missing.
Okay, Morgan, we're getting on.
Okay.
Now, Rebecca, if you understand me, please do not fly up too high.
All right, Rebecca, how high are you flying?
Well, I'm doing high based on what I could see. So, probably like, maybe 40 feet.
Okay, So pretty low over the road. I mean, not right down on it, but I mean, you're not going real high. Okay. Doing the monster math.
The monster math.
Monster. It was a funny catch.
The
Alright.
monster mash.
Rebecca, you fly for another hour. You fly for an hour, dashing. At the end of your hour, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw
Oh shit.
versus exhaustion.
I mean, this is the animal that's getting this, not me. Right?
Do conditions not transfer?
I don't think so.
For polymorph, I do not believe they transfer.
Okay. Either way, you're fine. Actually, was that as a?
Oh, I don't know what the con for.
It's a +1.
Huh.
Worked out great. Okay.
Oh, mine's from Volos. That's why it's probably different. Yeah, Volos has it as 90 feet.
Weird.
It's weird because I have Volo.
That's
It says
weird.
80.
That's weird. I guess it must be mistype on mine. I'll adjust that.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about conditions. So I guess they just pause your poly. I have one use left, and then I have to sit for a bit. But I could do that.
A creature, yeah, exhaustion stays according to what I'm reading.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it is a typo on the one I got. Never mind.
Since it doesn't say that it counters conditions,
Okay.
the assumption is that conditions remain.
So it's up to you, Bean. You're the DM.
I mean, he's fine anyway. So.
No, I was gonna say. Are we able to somehow fast travel this? It's just me polymorphing us every day, flying big distance.
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
Okay, we'll do the last one, and we'll do it on me.
Yeah, I basically just want to run the first day, and then we're gonna fast it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I will turn myself into a quasi.
Okay.
Words.
Alright, so go ahead and make me your con save at the end of the day.
I have a Warcaster? No, I don't. Do I live?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And I also think Warcaster is for damage.
No, I don't have a
Yeah, that's
Warcaster
only for-
anyway.
It's
That's
only for
true.
concentration checks, I think.
Yeah. Otherwise,
Alright.
it would be broken.
So is that all you're doing today, or are you doing the arcane recovery one as well?
Well, we can rest for the 1 hour, and I get Arcane Recovery and do it on Morgan.
We can just say that you did the rest while you were writing on Quetzalcoatlus Rebecca.
Okay. Alright, Quetzalcoatlus Morgan.
Okay.
Oh,
Morgan, you are now a giant pelican.
Oh.
Alright, I guess Loki, go ahead. Anthony, go ahead and roll a con check for him. +1.
Concentration check?
A Constitution check. A Constitution save.
Oh, for him, okay.
Yeah.
I was confused.
Sorry.
Bro.
Hang on. There I am.
Just a +1 since it's him. I mean, since he's the Quetzal at the time, so
Oh, okay, so that would
it's a
be
10.
yeah, 10.
It's fine. Okay.
If I cast Fly on it while it's flying, does it get an additional 60 feet of speed?
Kind of.
Goes and reads the fly spell.
If I'm an Aarakocra and I become a fathomless warlock and I get a swim speed, can I make it look like I'm flying underwater?
Yes, because that's
Because
cool
that's
as fuck.
No,
Right.
it doesn't. It gain a flying speed of 60.
Okay.
So the 80 is higher. So
Yeah.
you would have the 80.
Yeah. For mobile, it says your speed increases by 10 feet. Okay.
And that's the same thing with like the
Yeah,
monk's extra
no.
movement,
Yeah.
unarmored movement.
Now, wild shape into these things, mobile and monk shit will stay.
Yes.
You'll just have to be a level 8 thing.
Technically, there's a way if you use true polymorph and clone, you can true polymorph it yourself into something. I can't remember the order of operations, but you can end up being that thing permanently with your class abilities.
That's weird.
If you do the order of the spells correctly.
But, like, if you reach 0 hit points as a permanently true polymorph, don't you revert to your normal form?
No. Because you're a clone. You're not a when you come back as you kill yourself and become your clone. Your clone is
you, but not.
an ancient gold dragon, we'll say.
Oh, okay.
And because you were true polymorphed, you triggered the glyph of warding to clone yourself. Or not the glyph of warding, the contingency to clone yourself as an ancient gold dragon. When you come back as your clone, you actually are an ancient gold dragon.
With all your abilities and shit.
Yeah, it's borked.
Yeah, I wouldn't allow that.
Someone write this down for Wild West quickly.
Okay. So I'm assuming the following days you'll just be doing the Quetzi, not
Yeah.
the T-Rex.
Good old Quincy Wenty Whatty.
Who's it was it?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna need one more con save from each of you.
Right. This is Loki's. I'm sure he's fine.
Every hour we're traveling like 16 miles.
You're going 18 miles every hour.
Second one was Morgan.
Oh shit.
So that's
What a
15
way
for
to
Morgan.
bypass long
No,
travel.
that's 16 for Morgan.
Yeah, 16 for Morgan.
Okay, yeah, you're all fine. And then the third day, you arrive before you have to get into the second sets. So on the third day, when you arrive at Candlekeep, Loki, you
Down
should
3
have
spell
you're
slots.
down 3 spell slots.
Okay, so that would just be my level 4s. I'm gonna take an hour at some point in the Candlekeep to get one of those back. Cause you never know. Whenever the opportunity arises, it doesn't need to be right now.
Okay. And as we approach Candlekeep, let's take a short break.
Yay, because
Okay.
I need to pee.
Oh, so what would have taken 22 days took
10.
10 because I waited a week. Actually, no, isn't a week in Forgotten Realms 10 days?
Yes.
So it took us a week.
Oh,
13.
you know what? Yeah. It took you 13 days.
13 days instead of 22. I'll take it. Shave off 9 days. I wish I could have done this earlier. It would have taken less than a week and we would have been able to save some money.
And technically, you could have got there even faster, but it would have required going over the Wood of Sharp Teeth, and...
That place.
There's a reason why it has that name.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going on the break real quick.
Yeah, as
Okay.
well.
Oh god.
There we go.
Back to the Becker Sand.
Yeah, we're
The
done for
enormous...
the break.
The enormous double gates of Candlekeep are 3 times the height of a human, and wrought of black metal. Both doors are emblazoned with the sigil of Candlekeep.
What kind of mysteries do you
Yeah.
think are here?
There are 5 priests in purple vestments that are overseeing the front
I think
gate,
there's 5 mysteries.
examining and discussing written works.
Do I recognize any of them?
None of them are the ones that politely turned you away.
Okay.
Emphasis on politely, Beck.
Canadian.
They're also metric, a candlekeep.
Yeah, they have a metric buttload of books.
And they're very, like, sciencey, so of course they'd use metric.
Oh, my science.
Did they blind you with the science?
No, but they're with the science tape.
I mean, they have a sky beam coming out of the top of their fucking tower, so...
That's not canon.
The Avengers must be
otter.
here if there's a
Because
sky
they
beam.
also-
Is there an otter that's in residence here?
An otter?
Yeah.
Oh,
A man who was turned into an otter by a horrible curse.
Maybe.
Traxagor.
I'm confused.
He's a silly little man.
Candlekeep in Baldur's, we met an otter named Traxagor who was cursed that to be an otter and never be able to truly find what he's looking for.
Hmm.
Oh,
And he was in Candlekeep. And he's friends with my character. Because they're both short.
Greetings, guards folk.
Howdy!
Greetings. Are you seeking entry?
Yes, and we have some information that should provide us access.
Very well. Please hand it over so we can check to make sure that this is worthy information.
I'll take out the slip of paper and hand them to him.
Okay. Quite a small document, but we will see if this will suffice.
It's not about the size that matters.
It's about the quality.
It's not about the quality either. It's about the information. And the
That's what I
girth.
said.
The girth of information overflowing from within. I can't stand myself sometimes. I really can't. I wake up in the morning and I go, Anthony, are you okay? And I go, no, I'm not okay. And they're like, oh, that's funny. You should make a funny joke today. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Anti-inspiration for Loki.
Yo, it's Candlekeep.
Okay.
Oh,
He takes it back.
Yo, there's
takes-
Traxagor's tower out there.
He takes it back over to the table, and him and 2 others of the robed men examine it. He comes back over to you. Would you be so kind as to wait while we send a runner in to verify that this is sufficient?
Okay. I thought you were going to send a runner to verify this information. I'm like, that's like several days away. But yeah, sure, go ahead.
Just so you know, as this is very unique information, assuming it is true, you may be required to enter a what we call a zone of truth, just to verify this.
Yeah, understandable.
Okay, very well. And he goes over to a younger boy and says something to him, and he runs in the gate.
Is the boy also clad in the same purple robes?
No,
Aw. That would be
Very
adorable.
impressive. No.
Okay. Some time passes. About 20 minutes.
Playing cards.
He returns, and there is a new purple cloaked figure with him. Are you the ones with information about a protected town?
Yes.
No. Yes.
Damn it, Loki.
Yes, we are.
Very well. If I could ask you, all three of you, to cooperate as we cast a zone that will ensure that you are telling the truth about this. And he begins casting. Are any of you three resisting
No.
the zone of truth?
No.
Okay,
Don't want to make him angry.
very well.
The way I figure it, Morgan isn't smart enough to. Well, he isn't smart enough to lie, but he's not smart enough to lie about something like this because he barely comprehends half of it.
Right?
He's just kind of been like following along this whole time. Like, yeah, I don't get any of this shit, but you're my friends and you need help, so I got you.
Very fair.
We're all Morgan's friends.
I mean, he let you turn him into a dinosaur.
Yeah. And
That's the most
all he
intimate
asked was
thing
for
two
help
people
with
can
his
do
life.
in this world.
Oh my god.
Him and Rebecca shared things out of their alchemic jugs into each other's alchemic jug.
Oh boy.
They're like essentially married now.
No.
Yeah, no,
No.
Morgan's not okay with that. He has a wife.
Okay. So you found this parchment containing this information in your travels?
No, we actually came from this town.
Yes, this is true. We were chased by a dragon, we found the town and decided to document it.
That's not true, actually, because we were looking for the town in the first place.
Yes, but we were chased by a dragon.
We were chased by a dragon, yes.
That part was true.
I know, but you actually cannot lie in this circle.
This is how I perceive the truth.
Okay.
So fat.
It's technically he didn't lie. It's an omission, but it's not a lie.
A lie of omission is still a lie. In the words of Picard.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my defendant says who cares? See, we received the drop all charges.
And all the information on this parchment is true?
Yep.
Morgan nods.
Okay.
Yes.
So the town that has become a bunch of blanks in books and maps does still exist. Very well, Seekers. You are permitted access to Candlekeep.
I do recommend that if anyone were to go out to investigate, to be more cooperative with the townsfolk, because like if you try to force your way in, I'm sure that that will get you kicked out of the town, because that will be perceived as a hostile act by the field.
If you are hostile in any way in the town, you are promptly ejected from it. Magically.
Very well. Your advice will be documented.
Also, you could drink however much you want, and you won't die. Like, I must have went through, I don't know how many livers, but I did a lot of drinking.
Yeah, I included that on the sheet.
Well, I don't know. I didn't read what you wrote. I'm just telling
I
them.
read aloud as I wrote it.
I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't paying attention.
He's still in the zone of truth.
Yeah,
He
why?
was not paying attention.
And I proofread it. This is true, but I more or less skimmed it.
Very well.
Yeah, I
and
don't
he,
got a mind for that kind of shit. You just started talking, and I was like, as long as it works for you, it works for me.
I love your carefree attitude, Morgan.
he pulls a scroll that was rolled up in his sleeve and hands it to you, Rebecca. Actually, no, he'll hand it to Loki.
Oh,
Oh, sexist bastard.
what's on the scroll?
It basically just says that these three seekers have been permitted access to Candlekeep.
Oh my god!
And
And
there's
I
a
got,
seal at the bottom.
I got a ticket into heaven. Yes, it's actually a ticket into Candlekeep.
There
Thank
is
you.
quite a breadth of material here. I might suggest finding a guide if you are so inclined.
Anywhere in particular we should go for that?
When you get to the next gate, you should when you enter the library proper, you will be able. If you just ask, they'll find someone for you.
How convenient. That's a very handy setup. All right, thanks.
Not a problem. And they turn and walk off.
Very minor.
All right, you make your way into Candlekeep.
Can I buy things here?
Is there a library gift shop?
Is there a gift shop where I can buy little magical trinkets?
I don't know the name of it in character, but out of character, I'm going to the philosopher's thesis.
I know nothing about Candlekeep. In character and out of character. I just know it's a big ass library.
It's a bar/tavern.
Yeah, it's like the only bar
/tavern.
/tavern.
It's definitely not in that first courtyard then.
It's probably in the main.
Well, no, probably not.
It's probably up over here somewhere.
I think. No, in the first area, I think I put it over here in my campaign, but it doesn't matter.
It's D&D. Things exist in a phantom location until they're actually placed on a map.
Yeah, it's the cat. What's the name of the cat? The cat that's both alive and dead, and I'm dumb and can't think of the name.
Schrodinger's.
Schrodinger's cat.
Schrodinger's cat.
Spibbledorf's. It's Spibbledorf's cat.
That's how.
Oh,
Loki
the
would say it.
hearth.
What's happening?
You Morgan just feels drawn to this wide building down here. As soon as you walk through the front gate, Morgan just heads towards this building.
We'll pick you up on the way out.
Does he have like a beer sniffer in his nose?
I don't know.
That's powerful.
Apparently, one of my former companions, he got a weird ability temporarily that let him smell wealth.
Ooh.
He didn't get to keep it because we defeated the angry skeleton man, and it went away with him.
I see.
All right, Morgan.
You need to write this all down one day.
I think it's logged somewhere on twitch.tv/cheeseliker.
I don't know what any of that means. Can I bring it up in my leather sack at any point?
No. You gotta go to You gotta go to one of the outer planes.
Is there a computer lab in Candlekeep where you can browse the internet like any decent library?
No, you gotta go through the microfiche.
You just gotta go into the weave itself and ask, can you please bring up twitch.tv?
Yeah, you actually go to one of the god of knowledge domains. It's domain, and you can just find it there.
And then I asked them, do you know what Steve Jobs died of?
Don't ask Ioun about Ligma balls.
Ligma balls.
I will be right back. Give me like 1 minute.
It's a powerful joke, what can I say? Like, it's so sad Steve Jobs died of Ligma. Who the hell is Steve Jobs?
Alright. Where are you two heading?
To the main gate, I guess.
Follow Rebecca. I have
Okay.
never been here. I don't know anything about this place.
I mean,
I was just
back there was about
curious.
as far as I ever got.
I just wanted to know if they had a gift shop. I want to buy things.
I mean, we could probably check with the gatekeepers.
No,
See if they
I
do
don't
have-
trust them.
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report.
Let's go find someone. Let's go. Take the lead.
Okay. You make
Where
your way to a set of giant emerald doors.
Where did they get the emerald for this?
They're 15 foot tall and made of translucent dark green stone that glows with an inner light.
I had to guess they probably used a creation spell.
You can do that?
Or they wished it into existence.
Damn.
I mean, if I had that much power, I'd wish for a giant emerald door. Actually, no, I wish for someone to be back alive, but that's besides the fact.
A mage in green robes stands beside this door.
Oh, they're color-coded.
Greetings, seekers.
Hi.
How long are you in Candlekeep for?
Until we find the knowledge we're looking for, I guess. So... Oh god, I don't know how long that will be.
As long as it takes.
I guess.
If you'll have us. I know how to play some games.
So you... Wait, I'm sorry. Did you ask him something?
I don't think we asked him anything yet.
Okay.
If anything, he asked us how long we were planning on staying, and I said, until we get what we need. And then I asked him if he wanted to play some games later.
Okay. Will you be requiring lodging here?
If we're gonna be here an extended period of time, yes. So, probably best get that out of the way, because I don't think we'll be gone within a day. We're probably gonna be here... I'd say at most 2 months.
Very well. I will send to have rooms prepared for you at the House of Rest and a study in the Pillars of Pedagogy. Pedagogy.
Do you have a map?
He just makes a fucking illusion of the area we're in. He's like, here you go. I can see a Candlekeep wizard doing that, being like, you want a map? Sure. Major images the entire area on the floor in front of you.
Yeah, with labels.
They all have keen mind.
I don't have keen mind, but I do have a book and a pen.
Better
I'm
be
not
quick.
good
I
at
don't know
drawing,
how
though.
long major image lasts.
10 minutes.
Oh, I
You
can't
have
do
10
that in
minutes.
10 minutes. Can I try?
Well, for those locations, it's just in this courtyard. So this front courtyard that y'all are
Oh,
currently
okay.
in. So yeah, you can do that in 10 minutes.
Okay, easy
You get all
enough,
the
easy
major
enough.
locations wrote down for this courtyard.
Okay.
All right, and we are going to need a guide through the library to find what we're looking for. Why does it look like this bridge here is a bus? It's like a school bus.
It does look like a school.
Yeah, it
I
does.
mean, this isn't a map from the official game. This is just Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Someone just
This-
made the entire area in Roller Coaster Tycoon.
No,
you
this is
silly
actually
goose.
a hidden object game.
I see.
It's I Spy.
Okay, so if there's the bus, I think the magic tree house is right here.
Oh shit, that is a treehouse!
We got a peppermint right here.
I'm sorry, a peppermint wasn't on the list.
Well, it's a bonus.
You are looking for a beehive, though.
A beehive
Right there.
right here. And then
The Avenger Skybeam.
All right, Morgan.
And there's a ship right here.
and there's a man lodging on the roof here.
There's a boat right there. Why is there a boat there?
Candlekeep, shut up.
Don't worry about it.
It's on a cliff inside the wall.
Don't worry about it. Why does Rebecca have 2 graves?
Why did she have 2 graves?
Don't worry about it, Beck.
Why is
I'm
Morgan the
worried.
urban bourbon just Badlands chugs? We'll never find these answers out.
Okay. Morgan. From outside, the hearth appears to be a modest tavern of sturdy construction, with warm light emanating from a pair of small windows on either side of the front door. As you enter, it's 3 times more spacious on the inside.
What the
Damn,
fuck is
that's
this Harry
brilliant.
Potter shit?
From the middle of the room, an intricate clockwork device is suspended in a 2-foot diameter, with a faintly glowing crystal orb embedded in the ceiling over the bar.
Kind of like look up at it and like wonder what the hell it is, like what it does.
And it is the bar itself is a pretty large bar for taverns. It's a 20-seat bar.
Oh shit. Morgan's just gonna kind of like saunter on up to the bar then,
Okay.
and he's gonna place his double wide ass on a single stool.
Freak.
It doesn't. It is very sturdy.
Whoa. He likes that. He's very pleased about that. He's like, "Ooh, quality stool, man. Hell yeah. Shit ain't broke."
It has been a while since you were able to sit this comfortably.
That's true. That's true. He is there perhaps a bar wench or a regular bartender?
There is a bartender.
Very well. He says he looks over at this individual and he says, "Hey, what up, baby? Listen, I'm gonna need you to hook me up with something strong."
How strong are you talking?
They're all Russian at Candlekeep.
Yes. Well, I'm a bit of what people would call an alcohol enthusiast.
Some people say otherwise.
Some people say otherwise. Those people I punch in the back of the head. But that don't really matter. It's okay to start drinking before 12.
I mean, if you think about it, it's always before 12.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. The point is, I need a little something extra. What you got in that department?
Well, we got this
Yeah,
Thay
but-
brandy.
Do you ever have a goblin spit?
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Goblin spit? I can't say I've had the pleasure of trying that.
Okay, he puts it's you've heard of a double shot glass, but this is like double that.
That's a quadruple
damn,
shot
that's
glass.
quad.
Pours whiskey and gin in it, and then just stirs in a couple mints.
Wait, he puts whiskey in what?
Gin.
Oh, whiskey and gin. Okay. All right.
And then calls over Skippy, the resident goblin, to spit in it.
Does he actually?
No.
All right. All right. So he'll take that shot.
Okay.
How am I feeling?
It's strong, but it tastes good.
He's good. All right. He goes, you know what? Give me a bottle of that whiskey and a bottle of that gin, and give me an empty beer tankard. I'm gonna mix my own drinks, baby.
Okay, just so you know, there is tradition with this drink. If multiple people do a round of it at the same time, there is spitting contests.
Oh.
So be prepared.
Okay.
At the end of every round, there's a long distance spitting contest.
Oh, so every time I take like what is the equivalent of a shot, I have to spit.
I mean, if there's multiple people that do it.
Oh,
If there's any, I mean, because you just win if it's just you.
Oh, okay.
But if anyone else in the bar also drinks it.
Natural range weapon. Weapons do. Range 20 feet. 5, 20 feet. How much damage does it do? 1 poison.
1 emotional damage.
Okay, so poison or psychic.
1 poison, 1 psychic.
So 2.
Meanwhile, at the Emerald Door. I'm very sorry. No, he was not. He was not. Posh Elvin. I don't remember what he was. Oh God.
Doesn't matter.
Cowboy. Cowboy, cowboy, cowboy.
Yeah. You can't. You folk can't enter the inner ward unless you get a written invitation to it.
How do we get that?
You mean one of those things that they handed us at the front gate?
Sure.
No, that's just for the main, the outer area that you're in.
How do I get one? Who can I
You
speak to?
We can send in some. We can send in an inbound to get you what you're looking for.
Oh, okay.
So-
But if you want to access the main library, the grand library yourself, you're gonna have to find a way to get a sealed letter of admittance.
From who?
from the Keeper of Tomes, the First Reader, or one of the 8 Great Readers.
And let me guess, they're all beyond that gate.
Most of the time.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to come up with a shopping list, Loki.
What are we looking for exactly?
Information.
A gift shop for one.
Would you like me to get you a, they weren't called guides, what were they called?
I went to Candlekeep and all I got was this shitty courtyard.
Would you like me to get you to find an adjutant to help you get some books?
Yep, we're gonna need lots of books.
Okay. And he sends off a different runner to go do that. He'll meet you in your study up at the tower. The pillars of pedagogy.
Okay. That was that way?
Where's the drawing tool? Why am I so dumb at this? It's all of... Oh, that's an awful color.
That's cloudy piss yellow.
It's all of these
Okay.
north ones.
The hell is going on with my app? Hold on, I'll have to be right back again. Jesus.
All right. Well.
So basically, you can get most books, but to get like the like the super rare or super dangerous books, you'd have to get access to the main
Okay.
the library proper.
Okay. I'll start writing down the different topics that we should research. Right. So we want to research cults of Faerun. That's spelt wrong, but who cares? The 9 hells. Avernus, Tiamat,
Resurrection.
Cult of the Dragon. What did you say?
Resurrection.
Resurrection.
This is more or less for me, but I'm sure we could probably get some information out of it.
Yeah. Origin of the Dragon Gods. Origin of Dragonborn and other draconids. Fiend rituals related to gods.
Mixology. A trees.
Rituals related to evil gods. Let me look at what else I thought of months ago. Tiamat, Cult of Dragon 9 Hills, Mount Celestia. Outer Plains. Plains in general. history of green fields and connections to legends.
I'm gonna assume our little scribey boy or whoever's in front of us. I'm gonna ask him. So, do you have a gift shop or anything here?
Yes, a blue tiefling is in front of you.
I see. You are
He
blessed
appears to
with
be
color.
about, I don't know, 15 years old.
Why are you so young?
Oh, I'll format that better so it doesn't look like ass.
You know, when tieflings get older, they lose all their vibrant color. That's why I'm so pale. But the books here didn't tell you that. Do you have a gift shop?
I haven't read that much about tieflings.
Should read up. I mean, look at me. I used to be
You
that same shade of blue as you.
You don't look that old.
I am very old.
He's at least 40. I say as I'm like talking to the other guy, writing down what I want.
She's right. I am at least 40. I will never tell you my age, though. That's rude.
No, there's not really a gift shop per se.
You should invest in one.
I mean, I don't think they get a lot of foot traffic.
I know, but it's just something nice to have. You know, you sell little trinkets, little oddities for people who do manage to get through.
There.
We have a binder where you can pay to have books and tomes copied. But that's about the only thing here.
How much is that? And do you do decks of cards?
It depends on how much it is, whether it's just an ordinary book, spell books, or a...
Well, you see, my spell book is my deck of cards. How much do you think that'd run you? Here, take a quick peek. Also, I count them. Don't try anything.
If you added up all the spell levels of all the spells in your deck of cards, what number is that?
52.
Let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. That many cantrips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cantrips are
level
0.
So.
Oh, no,
Don't
cantrips...
forget that from Morgan.
Oh, you just noticed? It's a requirement.
So 9 plus 10 plus 12.
Please be 52. Oh!
67. You couldn't have had 2 more first level spells, Anthony? Come on.
Where'd you get the 10 from?
5 level 2 spells is 10.
How much gold? What's 9
Hold
plus
on.
10?
Times... 3,150 gold.
I have 3 silver and a rusty nail.
Why do you have a rusty nail?
I found it. You never know when you're gonna need rusty metal for a spell.
Well, I guess some spells do take rust as a component.
Exactly. I don't need a component, but you know, you never know, just in case. What if we got kidnapped? Okay, I don't have that kind of money.
So did Morgan, like, we're gonna just assume that Morgan told you the books he wanted you to find.
Yes. He's not big on books, but yeah. So he basically said the drink books, and then he whispered quietly to Loki, elf fetching.
Relay that as well.
I don't think we have that last one.
Oh, come on, you gotta have at least a few.
I don't know what that is.
I'll
At least a look.
I'll ask someone else and see if they know.
You should at least look.
You get information that the Candlekeep library doesn't have, and you go there just for porn.
Look, he needs his elves. What do you say?
Oh, God.
Okay. So he goes off, and he's going to find you things on those books.
Cults of Far-Un, or Fa-Rune, the Nine Hells, Avernus? No, I spell Avernus right. Fa-Rune.
Okay. That is quite the tall order of books.
That's why I said we'll be here at least 2 months. I mean, at most 2 months.
I regret clicking on that spoiler.
Goddamn gift shop between now and then.
I was gonna pull up Discord on my phone, on the computer, but like, I'll keep recording.
Don't worry about what I sent in Discord right now.
Yeah, don't show that on
Yeah.
recording.
Glad I didn't pull that up on my computer.
Okay. So with that wide of a thing, like, are you wanting him to bring you books on all of those right now? Or are you wanting to focus on one topic? Or, like, a couple topics? Or
I mean, focus on, like, Cult of the Dragon stuff right now. So, like, Tiamat, Nine Hells.
It's like an actual
Call of the
library, and then we
Dragon.
have to
Call of the
return
Dragon.
them.
Yeah, you can pay to have them copied. And that's cheaper than spellbooks because it's not magical stuff. Let's see, for a regular non-magical book, it's 100 gold for the whole book.
Not bad. Not bad. I'm still super broke because my money got dusted, but not bad.
Don't worry, we'll find you new money.
Yeah, eventually.
Wait, they charge you to read the books at Candlekeep?
No, to copy
No,
the books.
if you want them to make a copy for you to take.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what if I bring them a copy of their copy? Can they make a copy of that?
Yes, for 100 gold.
Okay.
God damn it. Shut up, man.
I'll explain after the session.
Why are you bullying me?
Funny.
Okay. He returns a little while later with the 3 drink books, as well as 3 books total that 5 books that just generally deal with Avernus, Tiamat, Cult of the Dragon.
All right. Do you have like a empty book that I could buy that I could like write in, like a notebook?
Like a journal.
Yes.
Yes, we can get that for you.
See, if you had a gift shop, we could have bought one by now.
Or you could get one from me for free.
Oh, it's for free. I was totally expecting to buy. Sure.
Hey!
And he goes, and just like a couple minutes later, returns with notebook.
You know, some of the smartest people, they're really dumb when it comes to money.
Not everything is about money, sir.
Oh yeah? Then print my spell book for free.
It well, you see, it costs money to actually make that.
I'm hearing excuses.
All right, I'm gonna send off Andromeda to go inform Morgan that we got his mixology books and didn't find that weird last book that Rebecca doesn't know what it is.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Morgan, you've been at the hearth for like 3 or 4 hours.
Oh yeah. He's just tanking. Probably when he was done with those bottles, he'd order like, a couple more, but like maybe not make the same drink, just order individual bottles, And
Okay.
Mix them all
Then
into a
after-
super drink.
you said what?
Mix them all into a super drink.
Sure, why not? And then when he's thoroughly toasty, he's gonna stumble out of the bar and go look for his friends.
Okay.
Obviously, he'll pay.
Yeah, you do end up spending 5 gold.
Okay.
That?
That's so cheap.
Alcohol prices are very cheap if you look at the prices.
Don't get a gift shop.
I mean, in my friend's world, all that alcohol would probably be like 600 to 1,000 gold. Because a copper is basically what gold is in his world.
Here's the thing, Anthony. Someone did the conversions, and 1 gold piece in 5th edition is roughly $100 US.
Sounds. Because 100 copper is 1 gold.
Well, that just it's $102.85 if I remember correctly.
I can't do math.
Damn, they have very strong economies.
So basically, he just spent $500 at the bar.
I mean, I've spent $100 at a bar, but
Yeah, I've never spent more than $40 at a bar, so
My record is 0.
I need to go to a bar one day and spend that much money, Dylan.
you want to spend $500 at a bar.
No, 100.
Can I go with you, Anthony?
Yes. I'll get you chicken tendies and a water.
Is that even legal up there?
What,
Bars
drink?
open?
Bars open? No. That's not allowed.
Oh,
Give it-
bars? No.
Give it another week. We'll find out.
We'll see if
I mean,
there's a
in
new
Florida,
one.
it's basically mandatory that you have to lick the floor.
Good. I love Florida, bro.
No, I'd barf. But yeah. Everything's open. Love it.
Alright, back to the game.
Man guy gone.
So Morgan stumbles in after hearing this news.
Yeah, what up?
Morgan, they didn't have your last request, unfortunately.
Oh. I'm greatly disappointed.
They don't even have a gift shop.
Man, who gives a shit about a gift shop? What the hell are
I
you gonna
do.
buy here? Like a decorative quill?
Yes! I want one
Why?
now.
I'm sure they could get you one for free, like they got me this notebook for free.
Oh, what? Oh my god.
You just want to waste money, don't you?
No, I want to scam people out of their money. I'm opening a gift shop here.
You know,
Isn't that what you're doing by getting free stuff?
Oh my
I
god.
point at Andromeda. I was like, she has a point.
Maybe
If
I
they
am
gave
not
you the
the
notebook
smart.
for free, that's like scamming them out of money, but in a legal way.
But they could just make more.
That's lawful evil right there, Andromeda.
It's lawful neutral.
Lawful neutral, yeah.
I mean, she's not saying that she
Condones
approves of
it. But she doesn't disprove of it either.
There's a difference between taking a free notebook and, I don't know, stealing a 500 gold bag of wands.
Listen,
And
I
a
returned
fucking
it, and it was faulty too.
Actually, it wasn't.
Hey, you
So-
know if they got like any magical baubles and trinkets and stuff here?
If I had a gift shop, they would.
Ask the
No,
guys at the
not
Emerald
their
Doors. I'm
gift
sure they could
shop.
hook you up.
I'm talking about like a store, like a regular store.
Oh,
Eh.
I don't know. You'd probably have to ask the guys at the Gates of Oz to know.
I look at my map. Do I see anything that would indicate like a regular store?
You see erudite outfitters and clothiers.
That's clothing.
You see a smithy and stables.
That's metal.
You see a temple of Agma.
That's religion.
Religion.
Wait, there's a
And
smith?
you see... Yes.
Alright. Morgan's just gonna, upon hearing that, stumble out of the door and go look for the smith.
He's getting something
Oh.
stronger that the bar cannot provide.
A heated piece of metal to his ass. I'm gonna start reading my book now. Did you manage to forget it, or did they not bring it?
The Resurrection book?
Yes.
They did bring a book about resurrection.
Okay. I'm gonna read it.
All right,
General resurrection.
I'll pass a book to Andromeda and I'll start reading.
Okay.
Am I able to read while I'm resting?
It says inactive, doesn't it? For your rest?
Motionless, but like if I like just sit there and like Andromeda holds the book for me and turns the pages.
Motionless, so she would have to also move the book so the words are moving across your vision.
Oh god, you're that stickler. Your eyes move when you sleep.
Yeah, they
You
move
don't
into the
sleep.
back of your
You
head.
don't sleep.
They move into the back of your head. That's why when
Most-
you wake up,
most
you look like
things
Mario
that say
Jr. for a
that-
little bit.
Those things that say that
Bjorn.
specify light activity is fine. Reading is listed as a light activity.
Okay.
I think, like, Warforged, I think, say light activity. No,
Yeah.
Verner.
Yeah.
There's certain ones that are, though. Anyway.
Book of Shadows, Invocation.
Yes.
Something about the moon.
Aspect of the moon.
Aspect of the moon, yeah.
Yep.
A warlock in a campaign I ran had that.
Alright, so one at a time. Loki, reading Resurrection book. You find mentions of classic necromancy, raising the dead.
I don't care about that.
People that are able to return those that have just died to life.
That's
That
not helpful in this situation.
you find mentions of the spell resurrection
That's important.
and also greater resurrection.
Technically it's called True Resurrection, but
True resurrection.
Okay.
Thank you, Beck.
I'm just gonna read it in detail and try to memorize as much as I can.
Okay.
On it.
And this is just more. This one's more of a general of all the types of, like, everything related to resurrection. So it's like you could probably ask for another one that is more specific to
Yeah, I might need a more specific one given my situation.
right. Okay. Morgan, you go over to the smithy and stables.
Okay, yep, I'm back.
You're at the smithy and stables.
Very well. Morgan
There's a
is gonna go over to the blacksmith. And he's gonna do something little smart and not as memey as last time. He's gonna go over to this guy and he's gonna be like, "Hey, so do you just work on like general weapons and such, or are you capable of more advanced uh, techniques?"
so I like to think that we could work on most things. We don't generally work on weapons here.
Oh, okay, all right, all right. Well, I'm not.
Armors and horseshoes and that kind of stuff is what we mainly do. But I mean, we're at a place of knowledge. I'm sure we could work on most things you could think of.
Okay. Could you before 36, 38? He goes. He's gonna reach into his pocket. He's gonna pull out one of the cartridges or whatever for the spin box, whatever form of ammunition, and
Okay.
and he's gonna hand him one of those. And he goes, "Do you think maybe you could make another one of these?"
He sets down his hammer and tongs and holds out his hand to take it to look at it. He
He
rolls
gives
it
it to
around
him.
in his yeah. So it's basically a musket ball. Would be the closest thing it would be to.
Okay, all right.
We should be able to.
All right.
How many are you looking to have made?
Tries to think of like a reasonable amount. He's like, 20.
Okay. We'll have to make a. We'll need to take one of these to make a mold for it. Since it's not something we've made before. But
Sorry about that. My radio just went off in max volume.
oh, you're good. We'll have to take one of them to make a mold, since we haven't made them before.
He goes, "Yeah, no problem."
20 of them. If you come back tomorrow morning, we should be able to have 20 of them done. That'll be. This should run you about 2 gold.
He goes, "Oh shit, okay." He looks really surprised and he goes, I didn't think it would be that fast. You must be like a master of your craft, hell."
Well, I've been at it for quite a while, and he's also a dwarf.
Oh, of course, of course.
He's a gold dwarf, actually.
Quite good at that.
I do have to ask for the half of it up front, since we have to get the materials.
Yeah, he gives it to him.
Okay. Alright, like I said, we should have this for you tomorrow morning.
All righty. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Rebecca,
Yes.
reading through general Tiamat cult stuff. A lot of what you're getting from this is kind of the stuff you've already learned in your prior research.
Mm-hmm.
Tiamat is in Avernus, the first layer of the Nine Hells, imprisoned there. The Cult of the Dragon is it's not a new cult. It runs back to basically as far back as history goes. There's been times where the Cult of the Dragon has been around.
Surfaced and disappeared and surfaced again.
Right. So this isn't a new thing, necessarily. It's surfaced a few times since she's been imprisoned.
When was she imprisoned? And why? How?
I trapped her in an infinite Tsukuyumi.
She's in a constant cycle of death. She doesn't know what's real and what's not.
She just knows she's pissed.
That's it.
Guessing I asked a question that you weren't ready to be answering yet, Bean.
No. No.
The two most basic questions: why and how. Oh God, what do I do?
Fuck.
Well,
You never
Yeah.
expect them.
Never expect the simplest.
Right. The sad thing is, I did read up on things for harder questions.
But not the basics.
I mean, hell, at least you ask these kind of questions.
Yeah.
Ask Anthony. The rest of my players don't. They'll just be like, okay.
Yeah, literally. The whole lore drop. Any questions? No. And then something comes up where, hey, maybe if we ask a question, this would be easier for us.
She's technically in 3 places in Avernus. She has 3 manifestations within Avernus.
Hmm.
Oh, no. No. 3 manifestations within the 9 Hells.
Oh, in different layers of the hells.
One of them is in this.
We
Which is
built this city.
Which is the 2nd layer.
I wonder if they have a gift shop in this.
They probably do. With soul coins.
So what, a gift shop in hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think the Wandering Emporium is?
What about the Apartment of Infernal Machines?
That's just to make you suffer.
It's like an
I
actual...
mean, if the DMV is hell, and then you go to hell and you want to get a car, doesn't it make sense that you would go through hell?
Fair point.
So, since the negative years,
Nah, the time before time.
I mean, history goes back to like negative 15,000, but like negative 1,000-ish.
It's only the 1400 right now.
Yeah. I mean,
Wasn't it
that's
like the
2,500
dragons were in
years.
charge? And then it was the giants? And then it was the aboleths?
The aboleths
Like,
were
everybody
before
had their
everything.
time.
She's one of the lords of the hells.
Hmm.
Is an archdevil.
But isn't the ruler of Avernus Asmodeus?
Nope.
No. Asmodeus is the
Ruler of all
overdevil.
Oh, the overdevil.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He's the ruler of the 9th level, and the way the devils work, the layers of hell works is the higher the number, you're technically like the leader of 9 is in charge of 1 through 8. The leader of 8 is technically higher ranking than 1 through 7, and so on.
It's Zuriel or whatever is the leader of Avernus.
Yes.
The current, yes. Before her was Belle.
And she used to be an angel.
Archangel.
Archangel.
As was Asmodeus. He was the strongest of the archangels.
And was corrupted in the Demon
I'm
War.
seeing some parallels with Christianity here.
He was corrupted in the Demon War.
The abyss is a truly frightful thing. If you stare into it.
The abyss stares back.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's why the devils are also lawful, like the angels are, because they came from the angels. They just went to much darker means in the war against the devils, and the demons.
They went at any cost rather than just stop them.
Well, at any cost implies chaotic, I think.
Ooh.
I mean, you still have to have a code to be lawful.
I mean, if your code is at any cost.
I suppose so.
You could circle logic anything.
I mean, technically... Oh, yeah. Negative 1,071.
Negative 1,071. Okay.
Dale Reckoning.
Does it say why she was imprisoned there? How she was imprisoned?
This book does not.
Okay.
For being a bitch.
For being a bitch.
Yeah, I'd put someone in hell for being a bitch.
Has she tried to break out of Avernus before?
There is a period of time in which it appears she was living in Heliopolis instead of Avernus.
Heliopolis. Is that another layer of the hells?
No.
Where's Heliopolis?
Heliopolis is
Little Periopolis.
in the Mulhorandi pantheon.
The what?
I don't know.
Is that the Egyptian gods?
No, the Egyptian god is the Egyptian pantheon. It's in Arcadia. It's where the Mulhorandi pantheon reside in Arcadia.
Where's Arcadia? What is that a plane?
Arcadia is in one of the
Arcadia is one of the planes.
Planes of hell.
No,
isn't it? I think.
No, I think Arcadia is one of the forest plains.
What was she doing there?
Yeah, Arcadia is a lawful good / lawful neutral.
Vacation. Hello.
Yeah, she was on vacation.
So that's like
be a total cunt always.
So that's just below Mount Celestia, basically. That's above Clockwork Land on the wheel.
I mean, it'd be way above Clockwork Land because Clockwork Land is
true lawful neutral.
True lawful. Oh yeah, so it is one above. You're right.
Pickles.
Why was she there? How'd she get there?
But for a period of time in the 1300s.
So that was like a few hundred years ago.
It was like 100 years ago.
Oh.
It was 1371.
Wasn't that around the time of the spell plague?
Which is... She joined the Faerunian pantheon at that time because of a resurgence in cult.
I love when the cult begins to swell up again.
D&D lore is so weird.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's so deep, too. Like, if you actually start digging into it, it just keeps going.
What else did these books tell me?
That Tiamat is the twin sister of the dragon god Bahamut.
Knew that.
That's nothing new.
Again, this is general, as it actually spans 3 topics.
I'm starting to think this Candlekeep police ain't all decked up to be.
We were
The more,
scammed.
the more specific of a topic you ask for books on, the better answers you'll get.
Well, I wanted to start general.
I know. That's why I'm just saying.
Well, we have 2 months, so it's fine.
See, a long time ago, there was a genderless mega dragon by the name of Akatai. He was also the sun. He exploded, and when he did, he split into 2 fragments. One of them was shitty and basically the moon. The other one was cool and basically a mini sun. And that's how you got Bahamut and Tiamat.
When a mommy
The end.
dragon and a daddy dragon.
No, just really pissed off twins constantly biting each other's tails, making an Ouroboros snake.
The only time they ever were together was to kill the guy who killed their progenitor. And
There's
then
technically a third sibling as well,
a third.
named Null.
Yeah, no, his name's Spring.
What the? Oh, the third one? Yeah. It's the Dark Soul.
Yeah, it's the Dark Soul. Come on, guys, you should have known
That's
that.
the Dark Soul that the Verdict Pig was found.
All right. Well,
And it turns out the Dragonborn came into existence when Tiamat shouted Fusro Da.
Yes. I know. I'm sorry. I've been memeing on the lore.
I guess I'll ask for a book specifically about Tiamat.
Okay.
And I will ask on a book on specifically the ramifications of resurrection and true resurrection.
Ooh, getting some moral issues.
I will finally return and read a book.
Okay.
Ew.
Okay. So, Anthony.
Who's Anthony?
Loki.
I'm Loki.
Loki. You got a book on the ramifications. So, basically, as far as physical stuff goes, they're real weak when they come back. And they gotta rest up and then they get better.
Takes
But
about
the
4 days.
For most people, it takes about 4 days, assuming they get rest. But beyond the physical, they could be, if they've been dead for a while, they could have made it out of the judge's domain that I can't think of the name of, and gone on to their planes of existence. They could have gone on to their heavens or hells, depending on if they were the good peoples or not, and what they believed in. They could be frolicking in the Arborea, or
Perhaps they could be enjoying a large tankard of mead in the halls of Valhalla.
It's true. It's true. There's also the one where it's perpetual combat that I can't think of the name of.
No, yeah, that's Valhalla. The warriors, they feast and then they fight and then they die and then they're born again.
Yeah, that's Valhalla's a
It's the other one that's more
Isgar.
peaceful. What's it called? Um, it's Freya's domain. It's like Vulcan something. But basically, it's like if you're not a warrior, but you lived a good life and you died, you get to chill out.
Yeah, yeah.
And then Helheim is for the dishonored dead.
Okay.
So maybe they could be in the peaceful place, or they could be picking pockets for all eternity. Or maybe they've turned into a lemure and are suffering. Being a lemure is the worst fate in D&D.
Isn't that like a demon slug or devil slug?
Yeah,
or something?
it's a devil slug.
Red
Yeah,
Devil. Yeah. But you have the opportunity for promotion, so it's actually not all that bad.
Don't you have to
There's
kill
two-
something though?
no. There's two types of lemures. One has the opportunity for promotion, and one doesn't. One is always
Unfortunate.
stuck as a lemure, and I believe it's I can't remember. It's maybe if you get demoted to a lemure, you can't ever get a promotion
Oh.
again. There's something. There's also a river that if you fall into, you can never come back to life.
Is that
It's
the
one
Ah,
of
yes.
the rivers in hell.
So the river Styx?
But
I
no,
don't
that
think
one makes
it's
your
the
brain
Styx.
numb.
Yeah, it's not the Styx. And the Styx actually flows through most of the lower plains. The Leith, maybe? I think it's the River Leith.
We should throw Tom in there. I mean, what?
Anyway, there's lots of things to think about. The physical is not that bad, but there are the other implications of where could they be?
Why are you speaking in an accent? This is just a book that he's reading.
You read book
Because
accents. It makes it
yeah.
more interesting in my brain.
Yeah, you never read a book after seeing the movie and you read it in the people's voices.
I don't watch movies or read, so
Loki's just reading in different voices. Like every paragraph, he actually changes voice.
just to keep him entertained. Okay, I'm gonna ask for another book. Then, the pros and cons of the wish spell.
Okay. That's some powerful magic.
You know
Morgan.
what? It's in the restricted section. Oh, well.
I guess
Morgan,
I guess I gotta go steal it.
Morgan, you find in your book so many mixed drinks that you've never even heard of. Like, there's probably 1,000 in this book that you haven't heard of before.
I believe Morgan died.
He's just stunned by the sheer amount of drinks.
He's very invested in the book.
Fair enough.
I mean, as he should be. As he should be. Becker San,
Yes.
you find that there is a lot at the beginning. There was, well, for a very long time there was a lot of debate whether Tiamat even was a deity,
That's strange.
For ages there was debate, and many believe she was a devil or demon, or maybe the avatar of some other dragon, or I mean some other deity. But eventually it was determined that she was a goddess in the draconic pantheon.
Imagine doing that experiment. Oh, I gotta go test if Tiamat's a dragon, a god or not.
That's what Death Ward is for.
It'll save you once.
You keep casting it on yourself. Or
I
have
guess
someone-
you could. I keep thinking it works like focus sash. It just lets you survive one hit, and then so long as if you're not at 1 HP. No, sturdy. Never mind.
No, they work the same. If you're at max HP and you were to be knocked out in one hit, it puts you at 1 instead. Death Ward just keeps you at 1 HP if you were to die.
But not if you were to be outright killed, if I recall correctly.
I think actually Death Ward has an exception for that. I think it literally says, like, even if you get hit with something that would outright kill you, as in Power Word Kill, it just puts you at 1. That face when Power Word Kill gets outdone by a level 4 spell.
It's true. You also find in the book that there are conflicting stories of where Tiamat and by extension Bahamut came from. One of the main ones being that they were the children of the prior dragon god Asgaroth, and the other being that the twins were born from the sundered corpse of Io, which is the name the Dragonborn knew Asgaroth by, when he was killed in the Dawn War.
The Dawn War. What was the
But
Dawn?
basically, you would just know generally the Dawn War is back at the beginning of Abir Teril. There was a big war between gods and primordials.
Okay. And that's where Snake Guy came in.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Ubtao betrayed the other primordials.
It's true. It's true. At the end of it.
How rude.
But and her cult began pretty much then among the other chromatic dragons, was who made it up at the time. Fast forward several thousand years through wars and all sorts of stuff. And eventually, in what is known as the Battle of the Gods, in negative 1071, Tiamat and Tiamat and Bahamut were both stripped of their divine power.
Hmm.
And that's when Tiamat was reduced to an archfiend.
Does it say why they were stripped of their power?
It's too smelly.
They both had their untheric aspects die.
What?
Which Unther is another pantheon. Or another...
So they died in another pantheon, and that resulted in them losing their powers?
Well... Yes. It's not another pantheon. Unther was one of the huge old empires in Faerun, kind of like
another
Nora.
branch of their aspects in that specific pantheon are killed.
Well, in that region, and what you get from this is that maybe the different gods, their powers are tied to the amount of following they have, or something to that knowledge, to that effect.
Does it say how she was killed?
Tiamat and a name that it doesn't explain, it just has the name there. Marduk battled each other during the aforementioned war, the Battle of the Gods, and they killed each other. It's how Tiamat died.
I'm gonna have to look up who Marduk is. That will be the next book I request. Information on this mysterious Marduk. On Marmaduke. I'm gonna look up Marmaduke.
But as an archfiend, she was gifted the rulership of Avernus, and that's what started her being in Avernus.
So she can only be truly killed in Avernus.
There was a point when she became a lesser deity again, roughly 150-ish years ago, and was able to summon avatars. But thanks to someone sent by Bahamut, one of them was destroyed.
Does it say who this person was? And when this was?
King Gareth Dragonsbane in 1359.
Alright, I'm gonna
killed an avatar.
Alright, next books will have to be about Marmaduke and that king.
King Gareth Dragonsbane, who was tasked by Bahamut to destroy the Wand of Orcus in her heart's blood.
Oh. So his main task was to destroy the Wand of Orcus. But to do that, he had to do it by bathing it in the blood of Tiamat?
Specifically Tiamat's avatar. I mean, it could have been anything, but he went with the avatar as opposed to, the actual...
Where do you think that was?
Probably because killing an actual god is very hard.
I've played JRPGs. It's very easy.
Yeah, you just need the power of friendship, and you got it. A JRPG isn't a JRPG unless a bunch of teenagers use the power of friendship to kill God.
Or if it's Persona 5 and you use the power of demons to shoot a hole in a god's head. Oh no, spoilers for a game that's like 5 years old. Cry about it. So yeah.
Yeah, I have to look up Marmaduke and fuck, it's not Marmaduke.
It's
Stuck
like
in my head as Marmaduke.
forgot what it was. It was like Murdoch. Murdoch.
Modoc.
Okay.
And the king as well. How did he kill an avatar?
Okay. Marduk was an aspect of Bahamut at the point when Bahamut was a lesser dragon, was a lesser god.
Huh. And Andromeda didn't recognize the name?
No, this
No.
was... Andromeda doesn't know everything about all the different aspects and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you went through all the aspects in all of history, there's a lot of names. And then the Kingy boy.
Yeah.
King Gareth the Dragonsbane was the paladin king of Damara, who ruled in the mid-14th century Dale Reckoning.
Damara. Where's that? Or more specifically, where was that? Because I don't think that exists anymore.
Probably not.
Oh, there it is. I see it on the map.
Yeah, it should still exist.
It is northeast of Sibia. But why was he tasked by old school Bahamut to destroy the wand of Orcus?
Probably because it's the wand of Orcus.
Yeah, but like, what made him so special that he was the one to do the task?
Because prior to that, him and his group had thwarted a plan to where a werewolf group was trying to bring Orcus into Tyrell on the Prime material.
Oh. So it was more like unfinished business for him.
Yeah.
Or revenge, I guess. Or spite. It's like, you try to come to Prime Material plane, I'm gonna break your wand.
Fast forward through many more he was an adventurer before he was king. Paladin king.
Mhm.
He was an adventurer. He was a child.
Yeah, it's true. And then he took an arrow to the kidney.
Kidney.
That was an awful joke.
It was. But it's okay. We've moved past it.
So Orcus was trying to get in again, and Bahamut warned him. And this time, the only way to prevent it was to destroy the artifact, which happened to require bathing in the blood of Tiamat.
How long ago was this?
130-ish years ago.
So we
Roughly.
could, assuming he didn't die of old age, we could true resurrect him to aid us in our battle against Tiamat. Does it say how he died?
Rebecca saying this aloud? Or is this just Beck saying it?
Mostly me.
I was just figured maybe in character because I've been reading about resurrection and stuff.
It's a thought that crosses her mind, but it's me saying it out loud.
Pros and cons of resurrection.
That was pros and cons of using the wish spell.
Oh, pros and cons of using the wish spell.
And also maybe the limitations, if any.
There aren't, but if you use it for something outside of copying a spell, there is a chance you will never be able to use it again.
I thought that was for any of the other reasons listed, because I know you could use it to copy a spell, and then it's like five other things they list. Like
Which 5e? The stress of casting the spell to produce any effect other than duplicating another spell weakens you. After enduring that stress, each time you cast a spell until you finish the long rest, you take 1d10 necrotic damage per level of that spell.
Oh god.
Damage cannot be reduced or prevented in any way, even if you're immune to necrotic damage, in other words. In addition, your strength drops to 3 if it isn't 3 or lower already, for 2d4 days, average of 5. For each of those days you spend resting, blah, 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 blah. Recovery time decreases by 2 days. Finally, there's a 33% chance that you are unable to cast Wish ever again if you suffer this stress.
Well, you'd be able to cast Wish again.
Yeah. In many days afterwards.
Yep.
Yes. And there's not a save. It's just if the stress, if you do any effect other than duplicating a spell, you get stressed.
Or any of the other effects it lists?
No. Any effect other than duplicating another spell.
Okay.
The other effects it lists are just ideas for things you could.
Okay.
It's just to give examples, basically.
Okay.
This last thing is so silly. You can undo a single recent event by forcing a reroll. Yes, let me use Wish to make you have to reroll your...
Or I could have the luck feat!
Exactly. Or, you know, potentially never be able to cast a Wish again.
Or be a divination wizard.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that. I thought Wish could copy any spell.
No, up to 8th level.
That's silly.
I mean, you could wish to duplicate a 9th level spell, but you'd undergo the effects of the stress.
It's true. You could wish to do a 10th or 11th level spell.
I will cast Epic Magic and use my body as the catalyst. I will kill myself in the process, but my wish will come true.
I will cast, what's his name's Folly.
Oh god.
Oh my god, and then immediately die.
No, because you actually can't wish to do a 10th or 11th level spell. Or 12th, as that one was. Because when Mistra came back, well, when
They got
Mistra
banned.
formed, she uploaded some new code to the Weave.
It's like, nope, never again.
Yeah. It is, however, still possible to create higher level spells. You just can't do it as a single person.
I mean, didn't that take like several people to cast anyways?
Not that one. I don't believe so. I think he was just a super powerful. What is it, Carson's Folly or
Yeah,
something
Carson's
like
Folly.
that? Welcome to the lore dump.
Welcome to Lord Dump.
Origin of the Dragonborn and other Draconids.
Okay. Very conflicting on the Dragonborn. There's many tales. As far as their origin on Tyrell, it's easy. Not that long ago, like just a few decades ago, the Dragonborn appeared towards the end of the Spell Plague, when their city from Abir merged with an area in Tyrell.
That city might be a good place to check out. What's that city called?
Hi. Ooh, okay.
Is it a word you cannot pronounce?
Oh yeah.
Just type it in chat. We'll figure it out.
This city on Abir.
Tymanchabar.
Mackenbar?
Tymacanbar.
Yeah, it's a Mackenbar.
Tymacanbar.
Which was no, that kingdom, that nation on Abir was towards the end of the Spell Plague brought over.
It was one of the places that were swapped between Abir and Tyrell. Because there were places in Tyrell that went to Abir and vice versa.
Right, and the people that were displaced from Abir to Tyrell is where the nation of Tymanther comes from, which is a new nation.
That's easy. Timanther. And then their sister, Simanther.
Where is this nation of the Dragonborn? Timambar.
Well, Tymanther isn't just Dragonborn, and
Well, where they came from.
Abir, which is a different planet. It's the twin planet of.
I know that, but like, where did this place end up?
Oh, so if you look at the map, and you look down on there's a Sea of Fallen Stars in the middle-ish.
Yeah.
The bottom right of that is Unther, and like across the Greenlands is kind of where it spawned, where it came in at.
Unther.
It's a big words between Chasentha and Mulhorand down on the bottom right.
There it is. Okay. And across the Greenlands. So around there.
Yeah.
That would be a big ride by a ship from Ermlasper. Or Westgate.
But like, if you had to guess, Rebecca, I can't find the exact year right now. I know I have it somewhere. But when the Dragonborn came through to Tyrell, would have been like when Francesco was real young, or maybe just before he was born.
Mm.
So I mean, not super recent, but on the scale of
Within a generation.
within the scale of history, yeah, it's pretty recent.
Hmm. I'm gonna ask the guy if they have any like recent news from Timantia Bar.
Timanther.
Oh, Timanthur.
Oh, Timanchabar. That's the one that was on the other side of the portal
Oh, it didn't come through. Okay.
in a beer.
Okay, Timanthur.
No news has come in from there recently.
Hmm.
And not as in we haven't heard from them, but just there's not been any news.
No one really travels from there.
It's a long way away.
Very long way away. I mean, it's probably like a day's flight in a plane.
You know, like a modern airplane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like going from Los Angeles to Dallas?
it's about 2,500 miles if I'm looking at that right, which is Los Angeles to Atlanta, I think.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Definitely more than Dallas.
Yeah.
It's not quite LA to New York.
But it's getting there. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. The United States and Canada are both roughly 3,300 miles across. And that's at least 2,500 between Timanther and Candlekeep.
Mm.
So yeah, it's within a day's flight, but it's not a quick flight.
No. See, I wonder if... Because it would make sense if you really wanted to get a lot of Dragonborn, you go there. Because I imagine there's a large population of Dragonborn in Timanther.
They are the dominant
Yeah.
population.
But if this involves the green fields, it might be too far out of the way. Next, what about wyverns and other draconids? What are their
Also,
origins?
I do want to just say, I know this has been a slow session, but we kind of needed to get a lore dump out of the way
Yeah.
for this.
I guess like I could message you on like more questions and stuff, and like you can just send me everything and I'll just read through it.
Oh, I was way off when I said negative 15,000. I think it's actually negative 50,000 that history goes to. So one of the creator races, the Aerie, which were the avian creator race, created the wyverns in negative 30,700.
So they're technically not even dragons.
Well, they're like a hybrid. I mean, like you mix things is what the creator races did. Humans are the only existing creator race, I believe.
Oh boy, did they have a downfall. They are not able to create any other races anymore.
I don't think they created any races. They were just one of the first races
Hmm.
alongside the creator races.
Then why would there be wyverns disappearing? Do they have like any connection to Bahamut or Tiamat?
I mean, they are draconic still.
Yeah.
The Aerie also created the aircocker, kinku, owlbear, and many other unnamed avian races. They disappeared in negative 30,000 DR.
So they did their work and they're...
Well, the dragons killed them.
Oh, the dragons killed them.
See ya.
Weird. I wonder if kobolds are also going missing.
Not one that would be very well reported.
No, it would
Not
not.
many people would report on that one.
No.
The poor babies.
It's
They're
true,
being
though.
They're being taken. I bet.
There are several other draconic type creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Steal my babies.
I will ask the guard guy. He's like, is it within... is it like... like, has there been like even like a whisper of a rumor of a known kobold going missing?
Not that I've heard of around here. Missing persons aren't really something that gets reported here that much, unless it's...
I was more hoping for like a rumor, like someone talking about it as they came through here.
Not that I've heard of.
Is there a map of like known kobold tribes? Within the Sword Coast?
I could look, but I doubt it. Most times that kobold tribes are found, they don't last there very long.
That's just sad.
There would probably be a few kobolds in your community, Anthony. I mean, Loki.
Okay.
Like one or two.
And I assume I would know about them. Would I have noticed that they were going missing at any point?
No, the only one that you know of going missing from your area is the Dragonborn that we talked about before.
Okay.
No, as far as you know, the kobolds were still there.
All right. I think
Both of them are very much lackeys to Quaker.
Understandably so.
Not enforcers, just like...
Go fetch me this. Yes, sir.
Yeah, they do errands, basically.
Figured.
What would you think is... Would we have like a reasonable chance of encountering some kobolds in the Cloud Peaks or the Cloak Wood?
Kobolds are more mines, generally. Caves, abandoned mines, stuff like that. It's possible you could find some caves in the Cloud Peaks that might have them.
Yeah, just give me a map of caves and abandoned mines along the Sword Coast. And then
we'll just assume that they find you that, because I don't think that's a thing that exists. That
no. And also the history of the Greenfields and any potential connections to legends about the gods and stuff.
Okay. The Greenfields are named that because of that's what the it's the same name as where the domain of the Halfling Pantheon. And since the Greenfields is primarily a Halfling area, they named it after that, which is technically a connection to mythology.
Okay.
Or not mythology.
Is it mythology if it's real?
Yeah.
Like in Theros, is Greek mythology still called Greek mythology? Because even though it's real?
You know, and also Greek mythology, Egyptian mythology, Irish mythology, and North American Indian mythology is all canon in the Forgotten Realms.
Yeah. Is there any potential connection to, like, Avernus for the Greenfields? Or Bahamut and Tiamat?
Okay. So, just to finish off that other one real quick, the Greenfields is in the third layer of Mount Celestia.
Ooh. There's another thing.
It's also the home of the souls of deceased good halflings. There is another Greenfields. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, in East Faerun, down by Unther.
The Greenlands.
It was previously an empire known as the Greenfields.
But does that have any connection to halflings? Or is that just coincidence?
Seems to just be coincidence.
Huh.
Would you look at that?
But,
No, I mean, nothing directly to Avernus.
was like a region of the Greenfields, one of the swaths of land that were swamped with a beer during the spell plague?
No.
No, okay. Is there anything like a planar gate in the Greenfields?
Oh, I mean, planar gates pop up sporadically in lots of places.
Is it possible?
There's not like a permanent one.
Is it possible to predict the location of a gate?
There are some that are periodic, as in they appear in the same place or in a pattern of places
like Old
at certain
Faithful
times. Right. But it's also possible for them to move between X, Y, and Z.
Has there ever...
It's tricky.
Has there ever been a planar portal in the Greenfields?
That's like basically a certainty if you asked it for anywhere. When you're saying any planar portal in a large area.
The 9 hells specifically. It has happened multiple times.
There's one that's recorded, and it would be about 3,000 years ago.
Does it say specifically where in Greenfields it was?
It would be
The other Greenfields.
the other Greenfields. No, it would be like where the Greenfields, the Snakewood, and the Troll Mountains meet.
Okay. That's actually not too far from where the unnamed village is, right?
It's not that far. It's going down to the scale in the bottom. It's about 60 miles, 50, 60 miles.
I mean, in terms of multiple dimensions and continents and shit, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
And there's no record of that portal ever appearing there again.
There was also a portal that appeared there to Mechanus in the same spot.
What was the... how long... Like, how many years apart were they?
That was... Now, the one that happened... The Nine Hells one isn't an exact year. It's just roughly 3,000 years ago.
Okay.
This one was 1,500 years ago.
Let's
Like
say
they're overdue for another portal.
every 1,500 years? Is there a way
It's like-
to, like, test to see if a portal is about to appear at a given location? Like, within, like, say, a year or two? Like a Geiger counter? I don't know.
There's no reliable way. There's been several things that have been tested over the years. There's no reliable way unless you can... Like, if you can confirm a period that it happens. That's pretty reliable. But just checking somewhere randomly, there hasn't really been a way found to see if one is close to opening, so to speak.
So, hypothetically, you could say... We think this is about... Like, this is going to open 1 year... A year and a half from now. Would that let a way work if it
No. There's no way to test really
okay.
that's proven reliable. What I was saying is, if you prove a period, that in itself is reliable. The periods very rarely break with the planar portals when there is one that isn't just a random one. Now what does happen is when it gets close to time, and this is like more on the month scale than the year scale, like you're asking. There is sometimes bleed through, where things will start like bleeding through from the other side and vice versa.
Because what I'm thinking is, in about a year and a half, a portal to Avernus will open there. Or it could be triggered. Is it possible to trigger a planar portal? Through like a ritual?
I mean, there are spells that open portals between planes.
This would have to be a big one.
Like, there's Gate. There's
Anything that involves blood?
Teleportation Circle, I think?
No, it does not go across planes.
Okay. There's whatever Keyleth used to
Plane
get
shift?
people to plane shift. That's the one. Um,
Nothing that involves blood?
Nothing specific. There's, as you came across in your research already, with the Orcus and things like that, there have been attempts to summon via ritual.
What if the portal's going to appear there anyway, and the blood is to break the chains that hold, not metaphorical chains that hold Tiamat in Avernus? I'm probably going up the wrong tree. But that's the line of thinking I'm going along.
I mean, it definitely seems possible. Definitely seems possible.
Would it be possible if I'm wondering, like, who would know when that gate to the hells appeared there? And I'm guessing it would probably be a deity of some sort, say a platinum dragon.
Possibly. You also know from your research prior that on Mount Celestia there is what are called tome acherons. Tome as in book.
Mm-hmm.
And that would probably be, seeing as they're Mount Celestia, which is directly opposed. Or not directly opposed. Lawful good.
Yeah, they would be directly opposed. They're about the same position on the wheel.
Yeah, okay. It would probably be something they would have kept track of there. Whether the certain platinum dragon you were talking about specifically would know or not.
It's below his pay grade. He has more important things to worry about. But
If
someone on Mount Celestia would know.
It's a very good bet.
I imagine this. What was the thing? The tome thing?
Tome. I'm gonna have to find the actual word because Archon.
To me, this sounds like the Candlekeep in Heaven.
Or am I thinking of?
Because if that's the case, next stop, Mount Celestia. Let's go.
It might not be the Tome Archons that do that, but it's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tome Archons are too high of a pay grade to deal with that kind of stuff.
So if the time between the two portals adds up to a year and a half from now, then it would be a good bet that there will be a portal opening there. We just need the exact date of the Hells. Is that something that Andromeda could ask Guillemot for me for, or is that something that we're going to have to go to Mount Celestia to find out?
It would probably be something that you'd have to find a way to Mount Celestia. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the rest of the research stuff. If any of y'all have anything else you want to look up, just message me throughout the week, and I'll get back to you. I'll answer you.
Yeah.
You can ask me the new questions, and I'll let y'all recap your own stuff, like what Loki finds on the resurrection.
Yeah, we'll come back
Irish.
2 months after our 2 months in Candlekeep.
Yeah, we'll come back after however much it takes.
2 months at most.
Again, sorry for it being a slower session, but I think the lore dump kind of had to happen for what's happening.
I'm also sorry for kind of like taking control of like the research. I just really had to figure this out. Guys?
I actually don't know if Anthony's back. He said BRB a bit ago.
Oh, he did? Oh, yeah, there he is. I was looking at the map of Toril, of Sword Coast, Faerun. But yeah, yeah, that's my line of thinking.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, just message. This is for everyone, but I'm gonna say it in chat too because I don't know if they're here.
Yeah. I mean, they might be muted and not realize it. Nope, no sudden. Oh God, I was muted, so I think they're just not here.
Yep.
That'd be interesting. Every 150 years, 1,500 years, it flips between Mechanist and the Nine Hells.
You're also not. You would know that this isn't foolproof of a thing because 2 points can't really make a pattern for sure.
No,
But it is a step.
it is a step. It's really the best lead we have.
Yes. But yeah.
Ooh, that's another question I have to ask. Have planar portals ever been predicted by prophecies before?
Prophecies are a tricky thing.
Yeah.
One, because they're tricky, and two, because just because you don't something in a
You can make a prophecy mean anything if you really try.
That, and let's say, for example, you use what you know in this prophecy to cut it off before she appears. To the world at large, she never appeared. This never happened. This prophecy means nothing.
Yeah. No one really cares about the prophecy that almost came true.
Right. It's also like it's the dumb criminal paradox. You see all the stories about criminals and it makes you think, man, criminals are dumb. But the smart criminals are the ones that didn't get caught.
Yeah. Well then. Next week, we're back from research. And it'll probably be more interesting. There might be some combat. Who knows?
All right, I gotta go because I have work in the morning. So, bye guys. Bye,
Yep,
Becker Sands.
that's the end of this night.